Yo, 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 yo. What's up, man? What is up? Cheers. It's Friday night, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna start out different a little night. We're gonna start off a little different tonight. Let's go. Let's go. Friday night, man. Let's get to it. Let's get it. Come on. Y'all, see it. I got the ice on tonight, baby. I got the ice on tonight. Let's go. Friday night, let's go. Long week, no sleep. Sorry about being late, y'all. Technical difficulties. I'm here, man. I'm going to the club. Y'all see I got my ice on. Y'all know what it is on Friday night. Waffle House. I'm going to the club at the Waffle House. Going to the strip club. It's gonna be lit tonight, baby. It's gonna be one of them nights tonight. I'm telling you, it's gonna be one of them nights tonight. It's gonna be one of them nights tonight. It's gonna be one of them nights. It's gonna be one of them nights. It's gonna be one of them nights, man. I feel it. It's gonna be one of them nights. It's gonna be one of them nights. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to the Waffle House. God bless us with another Friday night. So we thank him for putting us here, for allowing us to be here. And we are here at the Waffle House, so thank you for everybody for pulling up. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for pulling up. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Place your orders. Get your orders in. Make sure you get your orders in. You know what I'm saying? That way we can take care of you. You know what I'm saying? Take care of you before the club let out. So like I told you guys, y'all know go on Friday night, man. I put the ice on Friday. Man. I'm saying if I do this show, I'm going out to the club. I'm hitting the strip club. It's gonna be one of them nights, man. It's gonna be one of them nights, man. So I had to put the ice on tonight. You know what I'm saying? I had to get the ice on tonight. So welcome in, man. Thank you for being here. Of course, I am your host, Toddy, and I want to welcome you and thank you for joining me on the Waffle House tonight. Glad to have you here. You know what I'm saying? So who we got this week? We got Tampa Bay, right? The Bucs, and we got Tampa Bay this week. Yeah. So we're gonna talk a little bit about the Tampa Bay game. Talk a little bit about the Tampa Bay game. Tampa Bay versus Atlanta. That's a big game. We got to win that game, man. We can't start the season off 3-4. So we got to win that game. Got to win that game. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about our old quarterback, Matt Ryan, Matty Ice, man. He made some interesting comments to The Athletic recently that we're going to dig into. We're going to dig into that because you know how I go with Falcons fans. Anytime the topic is of Matt Ryan, hey, man, that's some content. It's compelling content. So we're going to see what the Iceman had to say because he said something about Desmond Ridder. We want to talk about it. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think. We want to talk about that too. Also, congratulations to Julio Jones. Congratulations. He got signed with the Eagles. Jet Jones, as we used to call him in the A, just signed with Philly. So he back. And once he signed to Philadelphia a few days ago, that put his name back in the algorithm. So You know, I kind of asked like, you think Julio's a first ballot Hall of Fame? We'll talk about that too. And also, that put another former, well, I ain't gonna say that put, but another former Falcon got put in the algorithm. I talked about it actually right before I came on the air. Mr. Mike Vick. Is Mike Vick a Hall of Famer? We want to talk about that too. It's gonna be one of them nights, man. It's gonna be one of those nights. Cut that music off. It's gonna be one of them nights. It's gonna be one of them nights. I'm telling y'all. It's gonna be one of them nights, man. It's gonna be one of them nights, man. I can feel it. It's gonna get lit in here tonight, man. I can already feel it. All right, feel it, man. Let's see what we got checking in thus far. Let's get this thing cracking, man. Let's go. My guy Ray Ellison checking in tonight. What's up with you, Ray? What's happening? Y'all make sure to put your orders in now. Don't forget. Got a lot going on tonight, but don't forget to order your food. That way, you know, we know what to get you from the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget. My guy 3 Duddy is in the building. What's happening with you, 3? Always great to have you in here, brother. Always great to have you in here, brother. I got my guy Larry from the Dixon Way. And y'all make sure, if you're not already subscribed, make sure to subscribe to the Dixon Way. Some of the best in-game commentary you're going to find on all Atlanta sports. Show them a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? Run up the likes, run up comments, run up the subs. Also, please. Thank you very much. Larry says, I need a cheese, egg, plate, hash brown, scattered, smothered, covered with raisin toast, apple butter, and bacon. Order up. You know I got you, Larry. You know I got you. I got my main man in here also, Mr. John Harris checking in. John, what's happening with you, bro? How's it going tonight? So I want a sausage, egg, and cheese grits bowl with a cup of coffee and a glass of water. Order up. We got you. I got you. My main man, Millie Mills, is in the building. What's up with you, Millie? How you doing tonight? How's it going, bro? Glad that you are here. There for days and here says y'all talking about food right after I smoked the fattest blunt. I'm starving. You in the right place, there, bro. What kind of strain you had? You know, what you had? What you had? You had some of that OG Kush, you know what I'm saying? You took it back to days, got some bubble Kush. What you had? Let me know what you had. I've been out the game for a little minute, but you know, I still remember some of the strains, cereal milk. What you had? You know what I'm saying? What did you have? You know what I'm saying? Got you some of that different kind of purple. What you had? Let me know what you had. But I got you, man. Just place your order. We'll take care of you, bro. We'll take care of you. 3 there. This is T-bone medium grits, 2 sides with cheese, waffle, and OJ. Order up. Y'all make sure y'all take your 3 there. Order up. I got my main man, Atlanta supporter, is in the building. What's happening with your player? What's going on, man? Since I'm back like I never left, what's up? Tidy Barack Obama. I need that Atlanta Burger game special. I need my meal banging. I got you. Take care of my dog. Please take care of my dog. Take care of my dog. Got Miss Lisa in here as usual. Appreciate the love as always, Miss Lisa. It's Falcons Friday. Need this dub in Tampa. Yeah, we need to go down to Hillsborough County and come back to Fulton County. What a dub, please. That would be so lovely. You going to the game, Lisa? I almost ain't got to ask you because you go to pretty much all the games. So if you do, make sure you have a lovely time, which I'm sure you will. We got our brother David Starks in the building. What's up, Tyler? Just 2 shots of that hand. That man some hand, man. Give my guy some hand. 2 shots, double shots. Hey, that David, put one of them shots on the house. We're going to take care of one of them shots, David. Cheers, my good brother. Cheers. Woo. Lisa says, Ain't talking about we have a boring hate week with the Bucs. I was like, we don't hate the Bucs. We just play them. Banging on the Aints. We hate Aints, though, banging on the Aints. And they know that. And I totally agree. Look at that, Nate. And I was so happy last night. With them dying most of the game, they made a late comeback. And that joker dropped the ball. Boy, I enjoyed that. I trolled some of my homeboys who root for no. Boy, I enjoyed that, boy. Oh, I enjoyed that. I love to see them just fail. I love it. I love to see them just fail. I love it. Atlanta Sports is trying to see Atlanta Falcons back in first place. You and me too, bro. You and me too. Dom is in here. What's happening with you, Dom? What's going on, Toddy? Y'all be sure to smash that like button and shut up. Yes, please. Ring the bell for that, please. Please ring the bell for that. Yes, please, y'all help me out, man. The likes, it helps out a lot. You know what I'm saying? We want the channel to grow. We want to reach new audiences. So please smash that like button. Thank you in advance. I definitely appreciate it. C Double in the building. What's happening with you, C Dub? Says, let's do this. First time here live. First time listener, first time watcher, first time caller. Ring the bell. And whatever you want from the kitchen, it's on the house. Anytime we get a first timer like that, it's on the house. Whatever you want. You're in a Waffle House, so make sure to place your order, whatever you want. I got you. It's on the house tonight. Let's do the title showing off that ice. Every Friday I put on the ice, bro. Ice attack, like Guwap say. Ice attack. Ice attack. Just like Guwap say. Day said Julio is the GOAT. Old Jet Jones. Devontae Terrell says, not gonna lie, hope he ball. Ball to your fall. Devontae, Terrell says, Mike, the coach of Vic. Lisa says, glad former Falcon 4-year-old Oluokun helped the Jags take care of those Aints. Yes, me too. Oluokun looked pretty good. 1017 Junior in here. Okay, 1017. Gucci just put out a new album, and then in 1017 you heard. I listened to some of it today. The other day said I had some Northern Light strand. See, that's a sativa. Am I correct? That is a sativa strain. Northern Lights. I've had some Northern Lights back in my days, and now it's just cigar smoke for me. I definitely did my thing back in the day. That boy. Yeah, but I think that's a sativa. Correct me if I'm wrong. CW says, old man didn't know about my order all-star breakfast with crispy waffle, sausage, hash brown, need to be covered, chunked, smothered, 2 eggs, scrambled cheese, 2. I am one hungry man. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Take care of my dog. Take care of my dog. Please take care of my dog. Somebody take care of my dog. I got to CW. We got our brother Wallace Smith in the building as always. Wallace, I always appreciate you coming through, showing love. Because what's going on with your title on this Friday Waffle House edition? And give me all that all-star breakfast with 2 scrambled eggs with cheese, butter grits, all bacon with a waffle and serve and OJ. Yes, sir. Let's get it. Take care of my guy Wallace, please. Ray says I need that Western omelet with bacon, biscuit with sausage and gravy and coffee. Straight black. Let's go. Let's get it. We got it. We got you. While it's your title, we needed them Aints to lose last night. We have to go win this Sunday and get back in first place in the division. I agree. Totally agree. Totally agree. Atlanta Sports is tied. I got a feeling Desmond Ridder would be passing the ball every play and running the ball when he can't find nobody open. Let's hope when he do throw, he throwing for touchdowns. Let's hope when he do throw, he throwing for touchdowns. Let's hope when he do throw, he throwing for touchdowns. Y'all think Desmond gonna have his first good game on the road tonight? What y'all think? First good game on the road? What y'all think? I got my bro in here, Kelly Stenson. Good to see you, Kelly, as always. Says all-star double waffle, egg scrambled with cheese. OJ, what a shot at that Don Julio Jones. I got you, bro. Appreciate you coming through as usual, as always. Thanks a lot. So what y'all think Desmond gonna do on the road this week? Can he have a bounce back game? What's gonna happen? Let me know what y'all thought. I wanted to start the show. I'm gonna be honest. I wanted to start the show. I want to talk about Matt's comments about Desmond Ridder. That's what I want to start the show with. But like I said, I ended up before I came on, I started talking about. Hold on, let me read these comments and I'll go back to that. Atlanta supporter says, yeah, if they'll block for him. Lisa says, I'm still waiting for us to play 4 quarters of offense. You and me too. Keller says he'll bound back small bounds though. I'll take it. Just needing him to play better. I'll definitely take it. Man, if we lose this game, and I'll put us down and win this game on my prediction. Facebook said he may beat the Bucs. Okay, I think so. I think so too. I think we will. Miller says, "Shit. To be honest, I really think Ridder finished against Sunday. God dang, Miller. Miller, what happened? You used to be positive, Miller. What happened? But I do think win because of Bijan and Tyler. I think that's gonna be a little too much for Tampa. I sure hope so. I definitely hope so. Definitely hope so. Davis says it'll be up to the defense. I think we'll make a Baker Mayfield though. I hope so. C Dub says Ridder can have a good game. I think Robinson and Tyler got to run the football. I would love to see Robinson line up like a wide receiver screen. I would love to see him with space in front of him. Yeah, if we can do a better job of getting him out in open space, where he's at his best at, that would provide optimal results for us, definitely. Patriot says he will bounce back. He got this. Okay. Hope so. LS Sports said we're winning this Sunday. I'm calling it. Wallace says, Tyler, I want to be positive. I think Ridder will have a good game against the Bucs and get his first road win. I hope so. Let's ring the bell for that. I definitely hope so. Definitely hope so. Facebook said, Arthur Smith has hitched us to Ridder. He better start playing well, or at least better. I agree. Totally agree. But yeah, I wanted to start the show right. Talking about Matt Ryan's comments about Desmond Ridder, right? That's how I wanted to start the show. But like I said, I ended up putting on my Facebook page, I asked a question. I said, and y'all excuse me, I'm trying to multitask. I said on my Facebook page, do you think Michael Vick is a Hall of Famer? And man, that set off a lot of dialogue, of course, and a lot of talk, a lot of good conversation, a lot of debate. And I had somebody that I was talking to about this subject, right? And we was going back and forth about it. He was saying his opinion and perspective. I was saying my opinion and perspective. He making this point, so I'm making my points. And I'm like, man, bump it. Come on the show tonight, and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it on the show tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of thinking at that point he gonna be like, nah, bro, I got something to do. Joe gonna tell me what time. I was shoot, I'm about to go on live now. I bring you on about 12 o'clock. What's up? Send the link. I'll beat up. I'm like, okay, then let's get to it. Y'all, this is the Waffle House. Y'all know we're going to talk about any and everything on the Waffle House. So we're going to bring him on the Waffle House, y'all. And we're going to have this discussion. We're going to have this conversation. So I want to welcome him to the Waffle House. This will be his first time. You know what I'm saying? So y'all make sure show him a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how we do it our first timers on the Waffle House. But we're gonna bring our guy in here, man, and we're gonna have this debate. Debate. Let's just call it a discussion. Let's call it a discussion. Is Mike Vick a Hall of Famer? That's what we're gonna start off tonight. So I'm gonna bring him on here right now. Quint, are you with me, sir?
I'm with you, man. Can you hear me? How's my audio?
Your audio is fine on my side. People in the chat, y'all let us know how Quint audio is. If his audio is bad, let us know. But let's give you a proper welcome. First time stepping into the Waffle House. We got Quint in the house. What's up with you, Quint?
Hey, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, you welcome, Quint. Now, we do this every Friday, bro, and a little bit of the Waffle House rules, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this your first time. I assume you're from Georgia, somewhere down south?
I'm from Alabama.
Okay. All right. Well, say no more. So you already know how Waffle House work. So go ahead and make your order what you want from the kitchen. This is the Waffle House. Your very first order is on me, so let me know what you want.
Hey, let me get that bacon, egg, and cheese plate. Everything in the hash brown, scattered, covered, chunk, dice, and pepper.
Scattered, covered, chunk, dice, and pepper. Order up. We got him. We got you. We got you, bro. It's on the way. Give me like at most 20 minutes. We'll have it right out, man. We ain't too busy yet. Club ain't let out yet, so we can get out real quick. Now, also, let me let you know now, Quint. We not no ordinary Waffle House now. We're a little bit ratchet. We serve some liquor. We serve some liquor back too now. So
okay, bring out a shot of hen with my order.
Some hen and water.
Hen with my order.
Okay, hey, get my dog a shot of hen dog, y'all. Get my dog a shot of hen dog. Get my dog a shot of hen dog. But yeah, y'all let us know how his audio is. I can hear him just fine. Preston said you good. John Harris said you good. Wallace said you good. Okay, so we in there. So let's get to it, Chris. So let's continue our conversation, Chris. We're gonna catch everybody up to speed. And trust me, the people in the chat, they're gonna give their opinions also. Now, my stance was when I asked this question, this was my stance, just to reiterate. I said no, Michael Vick is not a Hall of Fame player, but the Falcons should put him into the Falcons Ring of Honor within the next 2 years. So that was my stance. Now, what I'd like you to do is give us your stance, your opinion, your perspective, and then tell us why, and we'll go from there.
Okay. I think Mike Vick should be in the Hall of Fame, or definitely in the conversation, because rushing for 6,100 yards is not easy to do, especially in the National Football League. So I believe that he should be voted in just off that stat alone. I know his passing a little suspect, and his QB percentage is probably not the best, but his rushing is top notch, and he pretty much started this dual threat quarterback that all the NFL is going to right now. So that's why I believe he should be in the Hall of Fame. That stat rushing is probably not going to be broken for the next 10 years, probably. And the only person that has a shot right now is Lamar Jackson, and it's probably going to take him 3 years to do it, and that's rushing a lot. And he looked like he just toned it down this season, so it's probably going to take him even longer.
Okay, so you're saying that he should get in simply based off him having the most rushing yards as a quarterback.
Yes. And another thing is, like, these are like tangibles. I know the quarterback, passing and the touchdowns, those things matter. But this is a tangible stat similar to like a running back. If a running back gets in, his rushing yards is probably going to get him in like Emmitt Smith. But you can also have a guy that's okay, he might not have the rushing yards, but he leads the NFL rushing all-time touchdowns. Same as a receiver. He might not have all the yards or the receptions, but he lead the league all time in touchdowns. Those things matter. That's hard to do. If you're going to put a guy in the Hall of Fame, you want to put the best guys that ever did it. So who's the best quarterback that ever rushed? Mike Vick. Who's the quarterback that threw the most yards? Tom Brady. So Brady is probably the first ballot Hall of Fame. Mike Vick should be as well.
All right, and this my issue was, as I was saying on that post, like, that's to me, that's really like a running back stat, as far as having a lot of rushing yards. Now, I will say this: if he led the NFL all time in rushing as a quarterback, and he also had like the passing numbers to back it up, I could understand better. Or even if he was kind of like an Eli Manning, kind of like a mediocre quarterback, above average most of his career, but you get in the playoffs and you turn into Superman and you win 2 Super Bowl MVPs, you got the rings, okay, then I could go for it. But that's the issue I had is like what you said, the thing you said the most was really a running back stat. And don't get me wrong, now I understand, especially now, how the teams, they want athletic quarterbacks now. I will say Vic might have been 10, 12 years before his time, based on how they're playing it now. But I just have a hard time saying a guy should be in the Hall of Fame because he led the NFL in rushing as a quarterback. Now, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that, Quint, and I'm also going to read this comment to you. David Stark says, no, As much as I loved him and the electricity he brought here, he never played 16 games in the season. He was below 60% capacity. So I'm gonna give you opportunity now, quick, to respond to David and respond to me.
All right, David. When you're rushing a quarterback, Vic was a dual threat quarterback. So when you're rushing the ball as much as he did, of course, it's going to be very hard to stay healthy for any guy playing any position for 16 games. And they've moved to 17 games now. So you see how these guys are getting injured left and right now. But it's just going to be very hard for any player, especially a quarterback who's getting hit while he's stationary or taking off running, to last 16 games. And Vic passing percentage, that was never his forte anyway. The guy came out, he's running a 4.340. Suspect passing in college. That was never his game. He was playing quarterback position, and they're matching him up against Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. That was never Michael Vick's game. The game was taking off running. So to compare him to those type numbers is just kind of unfair. And I can tell you what, if Johnny Manziel or any of these guys give him Vic's number, he would definitely be in the conversation of Hall of Fame.
So you think if Johnny Manziel had the same numbers as Vic, he would be in the Hall?
Oh, definitely. He'll definitely be in the Hall of Fame.
I disagree totally.
Minus the circus stuff that he's put on. If he was the poster boy like Brady, minus that with Vic numbers, Hall of Fame.
Okay. When you say poster boy, you say a key compelling word. One thing about Brady, I think Brady became the poster boy because he won a lot. You know, by nature, people like winners when it comes to sports. By nature, people like winners. If you are in tune to how they root for American sports overseas, they root for the winners. You know, they overseas, they ain't attached to no city, no state. Hey, whoever winning, that's what we like. When Kobe Bryant was winning, Kobe was Superman. When LeBron started winning, LeBron became Superman. Tom Brady, Joe Montana, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I say that to say this: Brady became the poster boy because he started winning. Now, when you mention poster boy, I will also bring this out too, Quint. Before the entire dog fighting thing, the NFL made Vic the poster boy. They pushed for him to become the poster boy. You know, he got all the big time endorsements. They made sure to give the Falcons 4 or 5, sometimes 6 national televised games every season, which we ain't never seen before. Even in the Deion days when we were super excited, we never seen that before. He had his own signature shoe at Nike, highest selling jersey in the NFL. I can go on and on and on and on and on. So the NFL, they wanted Mike to be the poster boy. You know, they wanted him to actually take that role. And in order to keep that poster boy image, of course, he had not to go to prison. But I also think you have to also win as well. You know, because society just ain't gonna keep rooting for you if you don't win. So I'm just bringing that up to say I think that's how Brady got the poster boy image. It wasn't just because he was like a cool cat from California. No, he was winning 7 Super Bowls.
That's true. And I agree with you there. Mike Vick did have the NFL in the palm of his hand before the dog fighting incidents. Now, with that, the Atlanta Falcons really didn't give him much to work with. Name a receiver he had, name a running back he had, and the defense was terrible. Every other quarterback that wins Super Bowls usually have 1 or 2 of those tangibles to go along with their title. So Mike Vick didn't have that. They was trying to build it around him, but then the dog fighting thing came about, and his career kind of went downhill from there.
All right, I will say that I don't recall our defense being terrible during some of Mike Vick's best years. In fact, the 2004 season, I'm pretty sure that's the year we went to the NFC Championship. When we beat Green Bay, not taking nothing away from Vic, but that was on the back of our defense and our special teams. You know, Vic had a okay game, as I remember. I don't remember the stats, but I know he went lights out like he normally be. But he was a quarterback, and he gonna get the most of the credit for the win, as he should as the quarterback. Just like if we would have lost that game, he'd have got most of the credit for the loss. So I ain't got no problem with him getting most of the credit at all. That's just how it go when we talk about quarterbacks. You know, we sit on here and fuss about Desmond Ridder now. We fuss about Matt Ryan for damn near 15 years. So that's just how it go. Now I'll also address when you say the Falcons didn't do a good job of putting a team around him. Let me say this. When you have, how long was Vic here? 5 years, I think. Vic was here 6 years, I think. 6 years. 6 years. Okay. The thing about that, like you say, they tried to, but the thing about that is when you only hear 6 years in a team, and see, this is the thing. One, the team drafted you number one. Two, they sold the farm to get up. We literally sold the farm. We mortgaged Magic City. We took out a lien on the Georgia Dome. I mean, literally, we mortgaged 3 strip clubs to go get this man. The reason I say that is when you give up that many draft picks for a player, you're envisioning him being here 10 years. That way you have enough time to continue to build and build and build around him. But when the dog stuff happened and he leaves, they don't have enough time to continue to build because they did bring in Warwick Dunn. They drafted TJ Deckard. So you saw what they was trying to do. They were trying to build a team around his skill set. And then you go and get Roddy White. So you try to get him a number one receiver. Then you go get Peerless Price. So the Falcons tried, and they would have continued to try, especially with Arthur Blank. Arthur Blank loved that dude. He wasn't gonna stop it and then to go get him. But when I hear that, I think people forget that. Look, we only had Mike here 6 years, and people also forget that he only started for 4 years. He didn't start his first year, and then he got hurt. I think his third year. So he only started 4 years. So I give the Falcons a little more credit on that side. And before you answer, I want to catch some comments real quick, Quint.
Okay.
All right, guys. Steven, what's up with you, Steven? How you doing tonight? He does agree with you. Steven says, let's go. Mike Vick should be in the Hall of Fame.
Shout out to Steven.
Yeah, shout out to Steven. That's one of our regulars. C-Dub says, audio okay. I go back to Uncle Steve. What does Vick deserve to be recognized by the Falcons? I would like to see him in the Hall of Fame, just not sure due to numbers. Loving the Waffle House and looking to. Hey, appreciate you, man. Let ring the bell.
Go check the numbers, C-Dub.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I say not the Hall, but definitely ring of honor. Wallace checks in. So once Vic got in trouble and served 2 years, took his chance of getting the Hall of Fame off the table. So it sounds like Wallace is saying, hey, that's going to really affect you a good bit.
Yeah, that hurt him, Wallace.
It definitely hurt him. Facebook user, hey, what's up, guys? Just checking in. Rise up. What's happening with your Facebook user? Miller Mills was tied at the same time, though Vic changed the game. Every team needs a quarterback that can move now. So that's something you can use as your ammo when you come back in just a moment, Quint. Kelly says Vic wasn't a Hall of Fame quarterback or running back by the numbers. So unless you're going to consider DT QB as a different position, then I don't see the case for him to get in. Steven says a passer stat is a two-person stat. Look at Steven and give me the college words. No, I'm a country boy. I think that means unparalleled. A winning record stat is a team stat. Mike's individual rushing stats are unparalleled. He elevated his team. What do you think about that comment, Quinn?
I think he's right about that comment because a good game for Mike Vick was throwing for 150 yards, rushing for 150 yards, throwing two TDs. That's similar to Tom Brady throwing for 400 yards, three touchdowns.
But you got to consider now, Brady got seven of them big rings now.
Yeah, but look at Brady's teams. The guy had some of the best defense you could think of his first couple of years there when he was winning, and he had Corey Dillon as running back. He rushed for 1,600 yards. So Brady had pieces around him to grow into the player that he became, and then they equipped the guy with Gronk, Randy Moss. Hernandez was great. He was Gronk before Gronk. And then Kevin Falk. Don't forget about that guy. That guy played a good part of the Patriots' run for Brady because he fit that system to the T. So, and then the defensive guys, they had what's that guy, the running back, the Richard Seymour, and he had Ty Law, Shante Samuels. They had them all. The Woods Harrison guy from safety. So they had a top player at every level, D line, linebacker, safety, on a consistent basis.
I agree, and I think that's what the Falcons wanted to build around Mike. They wanted to build a balanced team on both sides of the ball and just let him, of course, be the superstar. And I will say this: I kind of hate giving Brady credit because he broke my heart in Houston, but I mean, to Brady's credit, the man played there under 25 years.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
he played a long time for the team to be able to build around him.
That's true.
Um,
I don't like. I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't like
you good.
comparing Vic to a Brady because Brady, his stats are just way up there. He's the first ballot Hall of Fame and the best to play that position to the T of how it should look. I will compare a Vic to a Randall Cunningham type of player, the guys where not relying so much on the pass. And you really can't put a game in their hands as far as passing. I know Vic when he was at his best. I want to say it was '04, and he ran for that touchdown against the Minnesota Vikings. Man, when we saw him do that and they come from behind, that was an unbelievable comeback and unbelievable play by Vic.
Yeah.
That just took him to another level right there. And we never seen nothing like that until that guy played like that. So even Randall Cunningham, I would say he was the Vic before Vic, but he didn't run 4.3 speed. He didn't run through the players like Vic was running through the defensive line. They couldn't catch him. Even the defensive backs couldn't catch him. So that ability, if Vic could just stay healthy and worked on his passing a little bit, I think that level. When you get to that level, you don't work on passing. You're like, I'm Vic, so I don't need it.
Yeah.
If he would have worked on his passing, definitely the guy would have been a first ballot Hall of Fame. He didn't even have to throw for much. He could have did, I would say, 35,000 yards passing with his rushing yards. First ballot Hall of Fame.
Now, I will agree with you on that, Quint. I don't think because of his skill set and the way he played the game, he would have to pass for 4,800 yards per year. I think for Vic, throwing for 35, 37, 3,800 yards per season, anywhere from 700 to 1,100 yards rushing, would have been good enough to get him into the Hall. For
I agree.
For Vic to be like a Hall of Fame quarterback, you'd have had to seen the 2010 Vic more than one season. He needed about 5 or 6 years worth of that. Because then at that point, okay, now you got more Pro Bowls. Now you got more All-Pro teams. You know what I'm saying? Now you're going deeper in the playoffs. And that's really, Quint, like why I get so much brushback on calling him a Hall of Famer, because don't get me wrong. I mean, I love Vic, love watch him. We ain't even got to go into that. Definitely the most exciting player that we've seen in our time. Period. We ain't got to go into that. But it was nothing really beyond that. There was not, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on Vic. I'm trying to discredit him, but there was no other like true Hall of Fame substance once you got past that. As Falcons fans, we thought the world when we beat Green Bay and Lambeau, but when you're talking about Hall of Fame, they're like, okay, so what? Where the Super Bowls at? Or where the Super Bowl at? You gotta elevate past just being Green Bay and get to the NFC Championship game. You gotta win the NFC Championship game, win a Super Bowl. And I think really that's what Mike falls short at. Mike had 4 Pro Bowls, but no All-Pro teams, no player. He didn't get involved. I mean, he wasn't included on an all-decade team. Just real substantiated stuff to say when you played, you were one of the best quarterbacks of your era. And that's why I really think Mike falls short at. And before you answer that, let's catch some comments real quick, Clint. All right.
Yeah.
David says, actually, we beat the Rams in 04. Okay, appreciate it, David. Went to the NFC title game in NFC title game Green Bay was the 01 season. I thought that was later than that, David. I thought that was 04. I might be wrong. You sure, David? I think Vic was drafted like what 2000, 2001. Oh no, you might be right.
02.
02. Okay. The first loss in the playoffs in Lambeau. I don't know. I could have swore that was 04, but I'll take your word for it until I have a chance to look it up. All right, we got Shawty Red on the building. Shawty Red says Vic is not Hall of Famer at all.
Check the stats, Shawty Red.
Quinn up here banging on you, Red. And then he replied to you, Quinn. He says Vic is not Hall of Fame at all. Okay. Yeah. Winston says drop that link. I'm gonna drop it in just a moment. Red says no rings and only 3 winning seasons as a starter. I'm gonna read you one more comment, then I'm gonna let you respond to the chat, Quinn.
Yeah.
Because Steven on your side, so I want to give you some ammo. Steven says, people talk about Vic being injury prone, but they already talking about future Hall of Famer Joe Burrow he's been injury prone every year, and he's throwing to Chase. I like Burrow, but let's be fair. All right, Quinn, go ahead.
Hey, I agree with Steven, man. You on point with that. Joe Burrow, whatever his name, Burrow. If this guy wins a Super Bowl at this point, he don't have to play another down. They will automatically throw him in there. And his stats ain't even up to par. I think he missed half of one season with an ACL injury. What is it, Shorty Red? Shorty Red?
Yeah, I call him that, but you just call him Red.
Red, okay. So Red, Mike Vick stats. I'm sorry. Go back to his comment. Can you go back to his last comment?
Sure, no problem. Is that
that one? No rings, right? No rings. That's what I want to address. The no rings. Okay, Dan Marino didn't have any rings. He's in the Hall of Fame. He had no doubt first ballot. A lot of guys don't have rings that get into the Hall of Fame that are quarterbacks. So 3 years winning season as a starter. We addressed that, the team was trying to build around him. They gave up a lot to get him. So they had to wait some time to build that team, and then the dog things happened. So I would say, and Vic lost 2 years of his prime career in prison. If he was out, he definitely would have added probably another 2,000 yards to the rushing. He would have been at 8,000 yards. Which that record would probably never be touched by any quarterback. So you guys don't understand how difficult that is. I play sports, and the quarterback taking off with the ball is difficult because he can get hurt at any point. This guy, I think he had 800 and sometimes he took off with the ball to get 6,000 yards. That's unbelievable. That's similar to, I'm going to change the sport a little bit, go to boxing. That's similar to Mike Tyson winning the heavyweight championship at 20 years old. A lot of people say, oh, he beat the guy he beat wasn't great. Trevor Burke, whatever his name, he was old.
Bombs.
Yeah, bombs, right. But you take any grown man at that sport and put him against a 20-year-old, see how that works out for the 20-year-old. So that's similar to Vic. The guy nobody never did this. Nobody never won a heavyweight title at 20. Nobody ever rushed for 6,000 yards in an NFL season as a quarterback. Nobody. And nobody probably ever do it. So to me, that plateau is unbelievable and deserves Hall of Fame worthy.
Okay. I see now, Quinn. We might have to invite you back because I think Mike Tyson is the most overrated boxer in history, and I'm a big Tyson fan. But we ain't gonna go there. We gonna stay.
Yeah, we ain't gonna go there. Yeah, that's another subject.
Yeah, we'll bring you back and we'll chop that one up too.
Okay,
that's a long debate right there. We'll do that another day. Let's see. Red says, and no buts, Vic is not a Hall of Fame quarterback. Period. Before I keep reading, Quinn, I want to respond to something you said because you said Dan Marino does not have a ring, but he's in the Hall of Fame. You're absolutely correct. But this going back to what I say, substance on your resume, Dan Marino has 9 Pro Bowls, which is more than double what Vic had. He has 3 All-Pro team appearances, which is 3 times the amount that Vic had. And he had 1 NFL MVP, and Vic had none. So, like, when we compare him to a guy like Dan Marino, you got to really look at Dan's resume too. Dan, he don't have a ring, but boy, he was dealing when he was out there.
He was dealing when he was out there. He had the passing yards, But this goes back to Mike Vick being a dual threat quarterback. When you're a dual threat quarterback, you are prone to injuries because you're taking off so much, and you're getting hit every time you take off, and then you're getting hit every time you're trying to pass the ball and dime up somebody, and you have to take that hit. So Vic was taking them both. So he was injury prone only because of the type of quarterback he was. If Vic can just like I said, throw for 150 yards, run for 100, that's his perfect game. But that's gonna, when people look at the stats, they're gonna be like, oh, he only threw for 150, or he was only 13 out of 22 or 25. He only threw for 2 touchdowns. But the stat they forgetting is he just rushed for 100 yards, and that's very hard to do at the NFL level. You're getting hit by a guy that's 6'6", 260. He runs a 4.4. Defensive line guys in the NFL, the DNs, they're running 4.4, 4.5s. The D tackle guys are running 4.7s. The linebackers, all them guys running 4.5s, and of course the DBs, everybody on the field of sub 4s, 4.4 guys, majority of them. And he's getting hit by these guys, coming at him full speed. So these are the things when these voters for the Hall of Fame has to get in there and get in their little think tank and say, okay, what are the tangibles? Yeah, the numbers are not there, but what did he bring to the table? What tangibles? Same thing they did to T.O. This is what we talked about a little bit in the chat.
Right.
T.O. had every number that you could think of a wide receiver to get into the Hall of Fame, but they did put that guy in first Hall of Fame ballot because his attitude. What does his attitude has to do with Hall of Fame worthy? This is what they do. They move the goalposts. And now that more black quarterbacks are coming up and playing the position more and being good at it, they have to move the goalposts. Now, it's not going to be just about numbers anymore. It's going to be about winning multiple Super Bowls like Tom Brady to even get recognition.
Now, I will agree with you about T.O. He should have definitely been a first ballot Hall of Fame. They played with him on that. As far as the quarterbacks go, I think it's always been kind of tough for a quarterback to get in. If you didn't play back in that old era of football, like back before even black people were really playing, you didn't play in that era. It's been pretty tough for quarterbacks to get in without at least a Super Bowl to lean on. The one questionable person that I can think of, I would probably say Jim Kelly. I mean, I get why he got in there. He did go to 4 straight Super Bowls. I mean, I know he wanted to win it. Yeah, that's hard to do. That's fucking hard to do. You know what I'm saying? So I get that part. I know a lot of people say, well, you look at Troy Aikman's stats. Troy Aikman didn't really have the stats, but Troy got 3 Super Bowls. Like when it's time for them voters to vote, if you got multiple Super Bowls, that's gonna do a lot of talking for you. That's gonna do a lot of talking, a whole lot of talking for you. And I just think that's what Vic is missing. I mean, I get what you're saying when you say the rushing yards. I mean, trust me, that's not easy to do, because if it was easy to do, you'd have a lot more quarterbacks who then did it or going to do it. Justin Fields showed flashes of it, but I mean, you just don't know.
You just don't know.
Yeah, you just don't know. But
there's no player that's even close to it. The next player that's active that's close to it is Lamar Jackson.
Right.
And he may not get there. Then you have to start all over again. We have to find a new guy who's going to even compete for that stat. So that's what I'm saying. That stat is hard to do, and if something is hard to achieve and he did it, and in the level that he did it, that alone should just put him in there. I know, everything else can, suspect, passing yards and things like that. And you mentioned the Super Bowl rings, but we know Vic, if the right team around him, that would have been multiple Super Bowls. And all them guys you named, they had tangible parts to winning the Super Bowl. Those quarterbacks that you named, they did. They had either another receiver, Troy Aikman, he had Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, the greatest O-line ever. And who was the other quarterback you said?
I mentioned Jim Kelly, but he didn't have a
Super Bowl. Kelly. You're right. He didn't have the Super Bowl, but he definitely had Andre Reed,
Thurman Thomas,
James Lawson,
Andre Reed.
Right, and then they had a decent defense. They had Bruce Smith, Cornelius Bennett, and they had another
Talley,
guy.
I think.
Right, Darryl Talley, right. So that team was loaded, but those were the good years before, free agency and all these players make a lot of money now, so you can actually stack teams like that. But Vic, I think he was the first quarterback to get $100 million, something like that.
I think I think he was. I think he was, if I remember correctly. He was 10-year, $100 million. I think he was.
Yeah. So he started that. So these things have to be, when these voters get into their Hall of Fame. This guy changed things. He just wasn't an Mike Vick dogfighting guy. He was actually a guy that actually changed things. So that's the stuff I think these guys should consider when they're talking about Hall of Fame worthy guys.
Okay, well, let me bring this perspective in. And before I do that, let me ask you, because I hadn't even asked you yet. I don't even know. This is our first time talking. Are you a Falcons fan?
I am a small Falcons fan. I'm a Cowboys fan.
Okay, cool. No problem at all. No sweat. The reason I asked you that, because when you lean heavily on Vic's rushing stats to put him in a Hall, I'm going to give you a perspective from a Falcons fan where that is a good thing, but it's also a very bad thing. And I'm going to tell you why I said as a Falcons fan. Because for every 100-yard game rushing, there were multiple games with him fumbling the ball multiple times because he's running the football. Vic, I don't have the numbers in front of me if anybody don't mind looking in the chat, but I'm telling you, Vic fumbled the ball a whole lot because he ran the ball a lot. So, yes, it is definitely difficult to do what he did running the ball, but with that greatness that he had running, there was also perils that came with it because he fumbled the ball quite a lot. He was, as you already admitted, he was never the greatest passer, not even a good passer. He probably was average, but he threw a lot of interceptions too. So with that good running came a lot of turnovers that we had to deal with as Falcons fans.
I agree with that. Vic ran the ball. He usually just carried it in his left hand and just, running wild. You can easily hit that ball out of his hand. But that's the, risk you have to take dealing with a guy like this. I mean, come on. I'd rather take that than have a stationary quarterback that didn't run the ball all the time and just want to sit back and pocket pass the ball, and he wasn't even that great. If there wasn't passing on a Tom Brady, Peyton Manning level, those passing quarterbacks. I mean, a good example of a guy that can just sit and throw the ball and wasn't running is Drew Bledsoe. If you remember this guy, he was Tom Brady. He was starting quarterback before Tom Brady. He got hurt. Brady came in. He was the top pocket passer, if you want to say, quarterback. Threw a lot of yards, touchdowns. Didn't win nothing. Didn't mean nothing. So if you want to go that route versus Vic running the ball, I mean, I prefer to run the ball because those guys, if you run the ball and you're hard to stop, that's what wins you games.
Okay. Well, I want to do this, Quinn, if you don't mind, man. I want to drop the link and I want to invite a few other people in on the debate. If you don't mind, if you got time to hang around a little longer, because I think they want to kind of talk to you more than they want to talk to me tonight.
Bring them on.
All right, cool. So give me a second, y'all. Let me drop the link, and that way people can join the conversation, join the debate. This is definitely a good, interesting, compelling subject. So I just dropped the link. So if anybody want to come on, you're free to come in. Just drop the link. And let's see. You got your boy Red says turnovers, injuries, poor, inconsistent passing. Speaking of Red, I'm gonna bring Red in. I'm gonna bring Steven in at the same time, and we also gonna bring John in. But go ahead, Red. Since you and Quint been going back and forth, go ahead and present your argument.
What's up, Quint? How you doing, man?
What's up, Ray? How you doing, bro?
I'm all right. Let me turn my other TV down. All right, yeah, but I understand what you're saying about Vic in the Hall of Fame. I just don't think he's a famer because he just didn't do enough for a long period of time, and he didn't do enough that a lot of quarterbacks have done. Like people were saying, no MVPs, no rings, hardly no All Pros. And I agree. He was an exciting player. He was an exciting player, one of the greatest athletes at quarterback we ever had. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But as far as the accomplishments, he's just a few accomplishments short of being, I think, Hall of Fame eligible.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you, Red. I think people marginalize Vic's career because of a couple of things. Number one, how he played. Yeah, there were some heartbreaking fumbles that happened when Mike Vick was stealing that ball like a loaf of bread. I'm with you on that. But at the same time, I think people don't remember not the excitement. People like to put adjectives on Mike Vick. He's the most exciting, the most elusive. Well, that's just like saying, well, Matt Ryan's the most decorated. Look, Mike Vick changed the game. He's the
most decorated. Matt Ryan?
Yeah. Well, low in franchise history, not NFL history. But anyway, getting back to my point on Mike Vick. Mike Vick has a record, and I know we're talking about a rushing record, but he has a record that is still standing today. And a quarterback is not a running back, but a quarterback is not also a throwing back. He's a quarterback, and his primary goal is to help lead his team. And when Mike Vick was playing, you think about who he was playing with. I mean, it was unbelievable what this guy did. Now, I'm not trying to say that he's the best quarterback or anything like that, but to act like he didn't really just completely change the game. They wrote that man $100 million check. And I know it wasn't literally a check, but they gave him that contract because what he was doing, not just because of excitement and butts in the seat. Yeah, he was must-see TV, but he was must-see TV because he actually performed on the field. Unfortunately, he made some really bad decisions, and it undermined his career. But if you go back and watch those games, I mean, he was like a one-man show out there. I mean, he was the epitome of talent. So if we're talking about talent, and not longevity. I mean, I know longevity is important, but if you're just talking about talent, that guy was talented. It's not even close.
Well, yeah, look, yeah, Quincy, if all we were talking about was talent, then yeah, okay, but obviously there are other requirements to getting in than just being talented. If that's the case, then we might as well just put Bijan in the Hall of Fame right now because he's talented, he's excited, he's everything.
Bijan hasn't achieved anything yet. And what I'm trying to say is
and Vic didn't achieve what he needed to achieve to be inducted into the Hall of Fame as a quarterback.
That's not true. He has a stat that stands today.
What?
He has the most rushing yards ever.
All right, but let me ask you this, Steven. Can you really put him in as a quarterback off just that one stat?
Well, no, you can do that in addition to the other things that he did on the field. And so a quarterback is not a throwing back. It's almost like how you move the goalpost. People are trying to get they were trying to get a lot of mobile quarterbacks to be pocket passers, as if it's better to sit back there like a sitting duck than to be able to move around and rush and throw. The fact of the matter is Vic could move around and he could run that ball. And he could actually put the team on his shoulders. Yeah, he went into Green Bay and he did something that no other team had ever done. Think about this. His third year as a healthy starter. And I say healthy starter because I'm not going to count the year where he was out because he was hurt. But the third year as a healthy starter, we were a sneeze away from the Super Bowl. We were in the NFC Championship game. And so I think people forget how dynamic he was. Just imagine if he was throwing to Julio Jones or somebody like that, or if he had serious running backs. He was kind of a one-man show. And when we talk about Super Bowls, real quick, when we talk about Super Bowls, a Super Bowl is a team stat. And a passer rating or a passing percentage is a two-person stat. It's a quarterback and a receiver stat. And if the receiver's not catching the ball, that's going to hurt the quarterback as well. But the rush is individual.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add. I think Mike Vick's best receiver at that height of his career at the Falcons was Brian Finnerman or whatever his name was. A tall.
We got it. Vick didn't have too many. He didn't have too many receivers when he was here.
I think that was his best receiver.
I don't think that's going to affect or help his case one way or another, though. And I don't think the rushing yard is going to help his case.
If Josh Allen rushes for what Vick did, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. You watch.
But Josh Allen can do more. Josh Allen is a better passer than Vick.
He can throw too, though.
No, he's not. He throws more interceptions than anybody.
Hold on, we got to fact check it, Steven. Pull up these
stats. He's a turnover machine.
We got to pull up these stats.
Yeah, check out his interceptions.
All right, give me.
He's up there with the picks. But my thing is this guy.
The stuff you basing it on, I don't think that's gonna get him in. Most of the things you basing it on is just his excitement and the things he did, the short time that he was a starter. I get all. I told you, I understand all of that. But at the end of the day, the quarterbacks that get inducted are the ones that have longevity. Most of them have multiple Super Bowl rings. Most of them started for a longer period of time. All pros, whatnot. And like you say, Vick just don't have a lot of those accomplishments that the Hall of Fame quarterbacks have. And I remember folks were saying the guys that's in with no rings. Okay, Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly went to 4 straight Super Bowls. Dan Marino is one of the all-time statistical great QBs of all time.
He still had receivers.
What?
Dan Marino had great receivers.
Dan Marino had great stats. Okay, I mean Warren Moon was probably the best black quarterback, or probably one of the first black best quarterbacks that we had back in the day. So and then he won some Super Bowls in the Canadian League. So I guess they would count his NFL stats plus his stats in the Canadian League. That's why he got in the first ballot. But I understand why all those guys got in first ballot. You have yet to present a winning argument for why Vick is even gonna get in the Hall of Fame at all.
Well, I got to ring a bell on that.
Hold on, wait. Let me answer it. So here's why I say Vick is a Hall of Fame is because when you're looking at a guy and he does something that's just unbelievable, it supersedes any other stat.
Right.
Like it just put him in. He's first ballot because that's unbelievable what he did. That's what it should go on.
You think you're gonna go to the Hall of Fame committee on that day and when he's up and you're gonna say, "Hey guys, Vick was the rushing leader for quarterback," and you think they're gonna be like, "Okay, that's enough to put him in"?
Well, yes, they should be like that because that's unbelievable. Tell them, I'm gonna ask them, show me another guy that can do it.
Yeah.
But I say this though, Quinn.
Right now.
That's more
show
of
me another guy that can do it.
But see, that's
and,
more
and
of
if they can't show me another guy that can do it, that means that guy goes in.
That's more of a running back stat, though. Like, I mean, that's more of a running back stat.
Well, then tell the running back to throw for 22,000 yards as well, because that's what Vick did.
22,000. Come on now, 22,000.
I'm just saying that's another stat. You say you put him at running back, 6,000 yards.
There's no hold on. Oh, for 22,000 yards in the Hall of Fame.
Hey,
I'm not saying his stats are good, but it's better than a running back. I'm not saying the passing stats are good, it's better than a running back.
Okay, but you're just saying it's better. Yeah. But is that going to convince a Hall of Fame voter to say, yes, I agree, let's put Vick in the Hall of Fame because of what you said? Yeah, nobody is going to induct Vick based off anything I've heard tonight.
They're not. But Vick is one of one. You can't judge Vick like a traditional quarterback. He's just different. He's different than Justin Fields.
Exactly. Hold on.
What Larry said?
Can I interject? Can
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Larry.
All right. Why isn't Bo Jackson in the Hall of Fame? Most dominant athlete I ever seen.
He didn't
Why?
play long enough.
Because he didn't play long enough.
Thank you.
But Bo don't have no unbelievable stat either.
I like
He didn't rush.
I don't want my bacon hard. All right.
Does Bo Jackson have a stat standing, a record in the NFL right now that's still standing?
No, but I'll take
exactly. So you don't deserve to be in there.
Athlete, I'll take Bo Jackson in the Hall of Fame before Mike. And I got a Mike Vick.
I think longevity is overrated, and it's one of those stats that quite aligns to make sure other players get in.
Longevity. I have to disagree with you on that, Steven, because to me, one of the main components of just real true greatness is longevity. Exactly. I mean, you got to be able to show you can do this for a sustained period of time, and that's what makes the Hall of Fame so special. Like, we don't want to have a two off or 3 off or 4 off. Hey, King, was you this guy 7, 8, 9, 10 plus years?
Is Randall Cunningham in the Hall of Fame?
Nope. No, he's not in there.
No way Mike Vick should be in there.
Well, Randall should be in there too.
Yeah, Randall should be in there too.
If Cunningham is not in there, then Michael Vick should never snip.
Okay, name some quarterbacks. Jim Kelly, is Jim Kelly?
I hear you, Winston. I hear you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Winston.
My bad.
Go, Winston.
Go ahead, Winston.
All right. Let me put it to you like that. All right. Statistically wise, Vic don't have the numbers to get in it. He don't. Right? But at the same time, let's look at what he did rushing. They have him in a quarterback that did something that he did. And then you add on what he did passing. Then you sit there and take into account that he was out of the league for what, almost 2 years? 2 years? Came back in the league and proved himself to be a better passer after the fact. And still for no rushing numbers. You can't take that away from him.
That's gonna kill him. Yeah.
His story itself is Hall of Fame.
No, they not gonna put you in that story.
I can see it like I can see if he just played his career straight through. But he didn't do that.
Right.
First of all, he'll never make it in, unfortunately, because of the dog situation.
Right. Huh?
Yeah. I just told you. He ain't getting in for that.
I can see if he played his career straight through. He didn't do that. He went to prison. Came back out of prison, and became a better quarterback when he came out of prison.
Yes.
Well, that's Hollywood.
You can't sit there and negate that.
Hold on, let me
now, majority of the teams that are in the NFL are sitting there trying to find either.
Winston, can I jump in and interject for a moment? When he came back from prison, how long can you honestly say? Question for you, Winston. When he came back from prison, how long can you honestly say he was a great quarterback?
1 year. 1 year.
That's my point.
He was a better quarterback when he came out of prison than he was when he was in Atlanta.
Yeah, but
1 year.
But that don't.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's literally what I'm saying. Because his highlight. Hold on. His highlights were in Atlanta, but he was a better quarterback when he came out of prison. So you had a person. I put it to you like that. Look at Deshaun Watson. Hold on. Stop. Look at Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson took a year off. Is he anywhere close to what Vic was when he came out of prison?
Deshaun took 2.5 years off.
But we're not arguing if Deshaun Watson is a Hall of Fame. He ain't Hall of Fame either.
Beforehand, That
No,
you're
Deshaun wasn't
negating what I'm
Hall of
saying.
Fame either
What
before he
I'm
went to
saying is
prison.
this: Deshaun Watson was a top 3-4 quarterback in the league. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, before I say top 5
Can
before
we
he
agree on that?
top 5.
And he took a year off. All right, top five.
He took
All right, so then he
2
took
years
a
off.
year off,
2
and
years.
now what he's looking like now.
He took
Looking
2
all
years
All
off.
right, and
looking
Vic took 2 years off too.
All right, but let me ask you this: Why
But Vic
are we?
came back. Vic came
But
back a better
why is?
quarterback than what
But
he
why
was
is?
before he went in.
But this the question:
That's the question.
Why is Deshaun Watson the gauge, the barometer? He ain't Hall of Fame either.
Right.
He ain't Hall of Fame
He's
again.
not. He's not.
That's why folks need to stop all these comparisons, man.
No, hold on.
Hey,
That
I got a question when Winston finished. I got a question for Red,
Deshaun
Larry,
Watson
and
not.
Titus.
I'm here all day, baby. Ask me whenever you want to.
Go ahead, Winston.
No, you go ahead first. Ask your question. Go ahead.
Okay, so me and Steven feel that
Yeah,
big
go
stat
ahead, ask your
of
question.
rushing alone, that's unbelievable stat right there that should
It
be
is.
automatically get him in because that's very hard to do. And when you're
Not
placing guys in the Hall of Fame,
Not
Huh?
automatic. It's a
Automatic.
good. I'm with you. It's a good accomplishment, but it should not automatically get him in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. If a quarterback comes out and he throws more yards than Tom Brady, he don't have no Super Bowl ring.
Who hasn't done it?
Hold on, wait,
Who hasn't done it?
No, I'm just saying hypothetical.
Hold on. Wait, y'all. Hold on. We ain't gonna jump on each other over each other talking tonight. Let Quint finish his question. Go ahead, Quint.
So okay, so I was saying if a quarterback comes out, he throws for a bunch of yards, his touchdowns are not up there, but he at the stat levels passing, he the all-time greatest. That guy don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
You talking about? But he didn't win any rings. But
he didn't win nothing. He got more yards than any quarterback ever thrown. He got nothing.
Yeah. He's going in. He's going in because he got more stats than everybody ever played. But you are arguing rushing stats. You are arguing rushing stats for a quarterback, and that ain't gonna fly. If I was a Hall of Fame voter listening to you, that would not fly. You cannot argue me Vic rushing stats to put him in the Hall of Fame. It's a great accomplishment. I love it. But that ain't gonna automatically get him in. I understand what you're saying.
Hold on, Red.
You know what, real quick, Red. You know what, real quick though.
Red.
Hold on, wait, Winston. Wait, hold on, Winston. Wait.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, Winston. You're gonna have to listen to the host, bro. You're gonna have to listen to the host. Go ahead, Steven.
I'll make it real quick. A passing stat requires 2 people. Okay, a quarterback to throw it accurately, or a receiver to catch an inaccurate pass, and that doesn't always work out. A rushing stat, I know they're great blockers and so forth, but if you watch Vic play, a lot of what he accomplished on his own. And if we're talking about Super Bowl stats, we have to be careful. Those are team stats.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. What you mean Super Bowl?
Thank you.
If you have won,
that's literally the most. That is literally the most logical explanation out of it.
Let him explain his point. You mean if you win a Super Bowl,
right?
That's a team.
I'm trying to. When you go in the Hall of Fame, when you go in the Hall of Fame, you go in as an individual, and there aren't really many stats that you can accomplish as an individual. As a quarterback, you really don't accomplish those stats as an individual. As a running back, you do a lot of times.
We all know those Hall of Fame voters. We all know those Hall of Fame voters look at rings from a quarterback as something better. I'm saying they look at that for a quarterback more than any other position going into the Hall. Do we agree with that?
And the last thing I'm going to say about it is this. I'm not saying that Mike Vick will go into the Hall of Fame. I'm saying that he should, because I think the climate, I think that what he did, I think that how the voters vote, and it's very subjective. I think that Roethlisberger will go into the Hall of Fame, even though he quote unquote raped somebody, whereas Mike Vick fought some dogs, and that's being held against him more so than doing something to another human.
Roethlisberger got those 2 rings. Roethlisberger played for a legendary franchise
for about 20 years.
Things, man. You got to factor all these things in there.
Right, let me say this. Let me say this. Let's try to stay away from the rape on YouTube because that's a hot trigger subject.
My bad.
But y'all, you good. Let me say this. If we're gonna put Mike
Two
Vick
people.
in,
2 people.
all right, let me say this. We're gonna get out the sexual assault stuff. But let me say this. If we're gonna put Vick in for the rushing yards, then you got to compare him to other running backs.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Yes, you do.
That's not. Dude, he's a quarterback.
I got it right.
No, you can't. No, Tied it.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Winston. Hold on, Winston. Winston, bro. You gotta listen. You just can't talk. Let's let John go. Then we're gonna let Larry go.
All right, go ahead, John.
I was sitting. I started talking before everybody else started talking, but you giving them the floor.
But I'm giving John the floor because he hasn't said a word, bro. We all been talking, everybody but John and Larry. Go ahead, John.
Okay, gentlemen, good evening, good morning, whatever it is in your time zone.
What's up, Mr. John?
Good evening, sir, and everybody.
What's going on, John?
He's serious, John.
What's up, y'all? And I got to say this. Voted awards hold no place with me.
Thank you.
Voted awards hold absolutely no place with me because it is subjective. And if you didn't give a writer who is a Hall of Fame voter an interview one time, they're going to hold it against you when Hall of Fame voting comes up, when MVP voting comes up, when all of those things come up. So these individual awards such as MVP, Hall of Fame, all that type of stuff, for me, it doesn't matter. I only deal in stats, wins and losses, championship rings, gold. That's it. Now, what we're doing right now, what you guys doing right now is the same thing that those Hall of Fame voters will do. One person, and each of them, they're asked who they nominate. Who you want to go in? Well, I want Michael Vick to go in. Why? Such and such and such and such. He led. He has more yards rushing than anybody else. Blah 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 blah. And you present your case. Now, after you present your case, you debate it or whatever, and then you're going to take a first vote to cull the field. All right? They cull the field. Mike Vick might make it the first vote, might make it the second vote. But when it starts getting down to popularity, impact on the game, such as what you guys were talking about, then he's going to be disqualified. And that situation with the dogs, and all of the, and I never have bought into the story about the dogs, but that situation with the dogs is going to count against him, no matter what records he has, no matter what he does. Now, I want to deal with something that you guys were talking about as far as his position and the rushing yards in relation to the position. Everybody behind that center is a back. Fullback, halfback, quarterback. Anybody in that backfield, at any time a running play is called, they can run that ball. Mm-hmm. You have to add those rushing stats with those passing stats to get the totality of what this person did. Now, I got to go back even further. Michael Vick, when drafted, was in the same position as Desmond Ridder is right now. Michael Vick was a project. as a first round draft pick because they had to teach him a passing game in the NFL because what his first default was the run.
Mm-hmm.
His first default was the run. All in the national championship game, Michael Vick was hauling tail all the time. Okay, what Dan Reeves did, Dan Reeves was bringing him along, teaching him how to pass. Okay, teaching him how to pass from a pocket. But one thing Dan Reeves told him, if you spot man to man out there, they don't have nobody that can check you. So that meant haul tail.
Mm.
I got a question for you. But
hold on. Wait,
go
Larry,
ahead, finish.
Go ahead, Larry.
Let him cook.
All right,
Go ahead, Larry.
Is John finished?
John, you through?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm thinking is that Mike Vick with the rushing record, I would like to see what his passing, what is the lowest person or the lowest average passing. I'm talking about prior to 1980 or something like that, when they really were passing the ball like that. I need to see what Mike Vick rushing yards combined with his passing yards to see where he fits. Because I think I did this experiment about 6 years ago, and it wasn't close, but I'll just revisit it. I got it on a poster somewhere.
But we don't want to embarrass him now, Larry.
No. It's not that. It's not even about that, because Mike Vick is my favorite Falcon quarterback. I also feel that Mike Vick has talent here. I think that Mike Vick. I think Mike Vick, he would have took the game seriously, and Dan Reeves didn't get fired. I think
there you go right there. That's it right there. Dan Reeves get fired.
What haves could have been what he could have been, you know what I'm saying? Offensive line, he played who he played with. We can't change that history. We can't talk about his offensive line. We can't begrudge his offensive line for not being with a pass block or Peerless Price. Peerless Price was trash, though.
God, don't bring him up.
If you're going in the Hall of Fame as a quarterback, yes, you want to add his running thing, but you have to be a comparable. I don't think he's ever gotten over 3,200 yards in his career. So
33
off the dome. I'm sorry, guys. You can put his cleats in the Hall of Fame. There's plenty of things like that happens when someone breaks a record. You know what I'm saying? That may not be untouchable, but I just can't say he's a Hall of Fame quarterback, especially if he's never even made it to a Hall of Fame. He's never won an MVP. If he would have won an MVP, okay, we got a better argument. Because then after that, you can say, well, Dan Fouts never went. And I always go to Dan Fouts. I'm going to hit y'all in the head with something real. Y'all may hate me for it, but that's what the Waffle House is for. Matt Ryan got a better chance of making it Mike Vick. I said it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Matter of fact,
I'm done.
To the point now, I think he is going to make it.
That's a given. That's a given.
With him doing the analyst work on CBS, and man, that dude is good. I can't even lie. Matt Ryan is a good CBS analyst, man. I don't mind listening to him watching the football game. That combined, he going in.
That's how you gonna make it, just like Dan Fouts.
I'll get the cuss.
I'm with you, Larry. I think his analyst work and him being eligible in like 5 years, and in the next 5 years, he's probably gonna be one of the top analysts out there in the next 5 years. He probably I wouldn't be surprised if he could replace Tony Romo with him. And put him on the
Let me jump in real quick, guys, and say one thing.
On that early morning show, Mike Vick is the best person on that early one. On early Fox.
Oh yeah, Vick is good too. Vic's pretty good too as an analyst.
Let me just say something real quick about the Hall of Fame and Matt Ryan and other quarterbacks. It's subjective, like John said, because I'm glad that Matt Ryan was our quarterback. But if you live outside of 285 or outside of the state of Georgia, there's a different perspective on, say, Matt Ryan compared to Mike Vick, compared to Steve Bartkowski.
We know that.
People are quick to say that, Matt Ryan blows everybody out of the water. And I want to come back to something you said, Larry. But Steve Bartkowski.
I have a question. I have a question for the whole panel.
I know, but I'm not done with my point. Steve Bartkowski is the only quarterback that played for the Falcons to lead the league in touchdown passes ever. Mike Vick is the only quarterback to ever play for the Falcons that has a stat that still stands. Yeah, it's a rushing stat, but it's a stat that stands today better than any quarterback ever to ever play the game. It still stands today. And if we're talking about Michael Vick's stat or anybody or any quarterback stats, you got to dig deep, because I did a comparison between Matt Ryan and Steve Bartkowski. Matt Ryan threw for 59,000 yards. Steve Bartkowski only threw for, I think, like 24,000 or something like that, or 36,000. It was something. It was ridiculous. But Matt Ryan threw 8,000 more passes. And so if we're looking at Mike Vick's stats and we're saying, well, has there ever been a season where he's thrown for at least more than 3,200 yards? Well, how many pass plays were called? You can't. And that's where you have to dig deeper and say, okay, yeah, he doesn't really have the stats, but let's dig deeper and see, how can you throw for 4,000 yards if you threw the ball half as much as other quarterbacks threw it? And I'm not saying that's the case, but if you dig deeper, it'll really paint a different picture in most cases.
Okay, fair enough.
Tidy, we need to call Mike Vick and introduce him to Steven. You need to be Mike Vick Hall of Fame guy. I'm serious, man, Mike Vick need to take you to Canton with him and put you side by side and let you present his case. Because, boy, I tell you, about 3 or 4 hours listening to you, I might just succumb.
No, what I really should have did is invited D. Orlando Ledbetter on here. He's actually a Hall of Fame voter. Yeah. We needed some perspective from him on what he thought.
Well, let me see. He's a Hall of Famer.
Well, here's that.
D-Led. I like D-Led. Good dude.
Hey, here's what I think. Here's what I think the Hall of Fame people should do. They should level the playing field. Tell us exactly what they're basing the Hall of Fame criteria off to get these guys in. Because I'm thinking, okay, if a guy does something unbelievable, to me, that automatically get that guy in.
Mm-hmm.
Like Emmitt Smith rushing record, nobody's gonna break it anytime soon. He's in.
You mean a record? You mean if they do break an unbelievable record? You mean
right? Doing something unbelievable.
Hold on. If that's going to be the criteria, then the first quarterback who threw the forward pass automatically gets in the Hall of Fame.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. At the end of their career, if they got stats that's just out there, that's past.
That's why I asked. That's why I tried to clear it up.
And you also have to look at that. Them guys that you're talking about, one of them guys in there said Roger Staubach. Well, he was good for his era, and they wasn't passing the ball like that. So if he has 22,000 yards, there you go. He has 22,000 yards for his era. That's unbelievable.
Oh, now, look at the end. Read the whole statement.
Oh yeah, but that's a team sport. Team stat.
Though, man. I'm saying
that's a team stat.
They get a quarterback credit for that. They get a quarterback credit for that.
They do.
I mean, because the quarterback is the general of the field. You need a good quarterback to win a Super Bowl. That's understandable.
I agree with everybody saying it's a team sport, but I'm just letting y'all know the committee, they count rings for the quarterback.
They know
that's what I was saying. These guys need to come together and tell us, hey, what are you guys basing these Hall of Fame entries on?
It's
because
we know one of them.
All right.
We know what status is rings.
Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Go ahead, John.
I don't need to be doing that. Go ahead, Red. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one stat is rings. Another stat is longevity. You could probably say overall stats.
Well, you can't say that, Red, because there's some guys in there that don't have a ring, so you can't base it off a ring.
Hey,
You are talking about, we talking about
Okay.
quarterback. I'm talking about
But
quarterback.
let
I'm
me
not talking about another position.
now let me
Now we
interject
talking
There's some
about the
something.
players
quarterbacks in
all
there with no
together.
rings.
Let
Very
me interject
dependent.
something. Let me interject something here right quick. Now, you said that the Hall of Fame committee needs to let us know what it is that their criteria is for inducting people into the Hall of Fame, correct?
Right. Each position needs to have a
Oh, okay.
criteria.
Oh,
Okay.
so you
Not
want each
not
Well,
position break it down.
okay.
right.
Now, once we know, is that going to change what they do?
I don't think so because Devin Hester should be in the Hall of Fame. Not
Because
only
Devin Hester should be in the Hall of Fame.
see, the thing is,
I
us
think he'll
knowing,
get in, Steven. I think he'll get in.
he should have
soon.
been in.
and see, it's
Should have
all
been
You
in
know how I
first
work
speculation.
ballot.
now.
See, that's
You
what
know
I'm
how
talking
I
about.
work.
That's what I'm talking about. Because see, now just like we disagreeing right now,
Mhm.
when voting time comes, they gonna vote, and they don't have to explain to anybody how they came to their vote or how the vote turned out.
Right.
They don't
Right.
have to explain to nobody. They are the Hall of Fame committee. And the only way you know whether you got in or got out, that great big old dude that walked on the set and told Jimmy Johnson that he was going in the Hall of Fame, or knocks on the door, great big old lug or whatever his name is. That's how you
Well,
get in the Hall of
they
Fame.
do it different. They do it different now, John. They actually fly to your home now. I actually like that one.
Yeah, I mean, and see that's just the
Better
bottom
than
line.
our house.
And they are flying to your home to tell you that the majority of the people voted for you to go in the Hall
I'll
of
be there in
Fame.
a second.
You don't care why.
Right. And you know
You
what,
as
John?
the recipient of the Hall of Fame jacket, you don't care why you in there.
You're right,
Okay?
Jody. You know what? You're right about it being subjective because there's not a better case than Devin Hester because the Hall of Fame is an individual honor. Devin
Yeah.
Hester scored touchdowns.
Yes.
I mean, he actually put points on the board, not ran for so. He scored touchdowns, and you know what? He's not in the Hall of Fame. But there are
No.
He
plenty of
can get in. Steven, he's getting in.
Yeah, I think him and Dante Hall should be in as return special. That was unbelievable.
Dante Hall. I ain't say Dante. I said Devin get in. I
Hey,
said
Hester,
Devin.
hey, Dante Hall was if he's next best out of Hester as a
All
return
right.
guy.
He
We
started
got
out for maybe
one
1 or 2
right now.
good years. Devin was consistent through a decade.
Yeah, Devin's the best ever to do it. But I'm just saying, if you gauge after him, because there's nobody gonna do what Hester did ever again.
Well, let's get Devin in there first before we start gauging who
I'm
number
gonna throw
2 now.
y'all a bone.
there shouldn't
I'm
be a
gonna throw
lineman
y'all a
in there over
bone on
Devin
y'all
Hester.
Mike Vick argument. I'm gonna throw y'all a bone on y'all Mike Vick argument. I'm surprised y'all didn't bring this up. I was thinking while y'all was talking. Why didn't anyone bring up Gale Sayers? If there's any chance for Mike Vick to make it in, then you have to use the Gale Sayers argument. Like this dude will revolutionize, you know what I'm saying, the quarterback, even more so than Randall Cunningham. That he was just a phenom on the field, like him and Terrell Davis. Like that's
Terrell Davis
Terrell
won
Davis
though.
in.
we have.
Yeah,
Say
Terrell Davis in
But
there.
Terrell Davis got in because he won though.
no, Terrell Davis is in there, and so is Gale Sayers. But Gale Sayers got injured, didn't have
Right.
any. But just
Played
because
7
he
years
was
too.
for the Bears on what he did and how he did it first, he was the first shifty back. Really, he was Barry before Barry. Let them tell you. So that's why they put him in the Hall of Fame. I wasn't old enough to see him,
Right.
So basically, he's a pioneer though. He was a
put my pick in there if you take out the off the field situation and if it's all fair and well, because all you're basing on is rushing. So what you can say is you got all these other players that basically was birthed from Michael Vick, not Randall Cunningham, from Mike Vick. It's kind of like Iverson, because there's an argument with Iverson and Chauncey Billups. And Chauncey Billups was like, I got chips. And my numbers is comparable to him. But guess what? Iverson got in because he's Iverson. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to make an argument, guys, there's your argument. I just gave it to you. You're welcome.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me tell you why. That's not even comparable with Gale Sayers. Even though Gale had a real short career, 5 All-Pro team selections.
That's subjective.
So that's better than Mike Vick.
But you can say that's
look at that though.
But you can say that's subjective, but that's what they're looking at. They're looking at your resume.
They shouldn't be doing that.
That's what I'm saying.
But they can do whatever they want.
But y'all got to think that. See, when you lean on that subjective, then it's never gonna stop.
But
it's not.
It's never gonna stop.
It's not. It's not gonna stop.
Numbers are objective.
But
if it's just on raw numbers, then it's like, okay, that's what happened.
But let me say this. Let me say this. The All-Pro team is subjective, but you when you talk about Hall of Fame, there has to be a period when you was one of the top 2 or 3 of that position in your era.
Wow.
You gotta have that.
It's not on the bench, Tiny.
And I don't think that we can honestly say, even as Falcons fans, Vic ever had a stretch where you can honestly say for 3 or 4 years he was one of the top 3-4 quarterbacks in the league. And that's why I think the All-Pro teams come in there. Yeah, I get it. It's subjective, but most times than not, they normally get it pretty right. So if you can't say like Drew Brees can honestly say, you know what, for about 5, 6, 7 years, I was top quarterbacks in the league. Matt Ryan can't legitimately say for 5, 6, 7 years, I was one of the top quarterbacks in the league. Tom Brady can say that. Barry Sanders can say that. Emmitt Smith can say that. Randy Moss can say that. Michael Vick cannot say that. Michael Vick can't say that. Michael Vick can say, I was one of the most electrifying, exciting players in the league, but he can't say I was one of the best quarterbacks in the league for at least 4 or 5 years.
But how many years he led the league in rushing for quarterbacks?
That's Russia, man. You keep putting Russia. I'm serious.
Yeah. Let me ask this.
Let me win a season that Mike Vick had.
We taking Vick a running back, man. We talking about
I'm telling you, you got to put him in there with running backs. Then he got to be in there with Emmett, Thurman, Thomas, and Barry.
No.
Let me ask this.
How many winning seasons did Mike Vick have?
That's a team stat. That's a team stat.
3?
Yeah.
That's a team stat.
You had about 3.
Let me ask this.
You have to look. If you're going in there, look, man. If you're going to try to get a loan from the bank, you know what I'm saying. You can't say I just got this income. You know what I'm saying. Like you got to come with multiple things in your portfolio, dog. Like if you're trying to get a business loan. I don't know, man.
Hold on, Larry. But if you go there and you got an unbelievable credit score, 850, or top 1%, they're gonna overlook the income.
They are.
You can't say that if you can't.
Oh no. Depending upon the amount of money you're trying to borrow.
That's right. You ain't got an 850.
You can't go in there asking for $1 million with an 850 credit score.
Wait. Let's flip it. Let's flip it. If you go there for a mortgage and you got $5 million in the bank, but your credit score is 650, you getting that loan.
You getting that loan if you got that in the bank. Now, if you got $5 million in the bank and your credit score was 650,
you got that in the bank.
Maybe you have some bad
in the bank though. $5 million
in the bank.
You got that much in the bank, your credit, so you better.
What would you need a home loan for with $5 million in the bank?
$5 million in the bank.
I got $1 million. Credit score going up, y'all.
But let me ask you this.
Like you got multiple like Pro Bowls. You got a MVP, one MVP. That's what if we're talking about equity. Your stats.
Sweat equity.
He had to be at least a MVP, guys. He's not an MVP.
Right.
Well, let me. Okay,
year,
I got a question. I got a question for everybody.
Yes, sir.
How did Claude Humphrey get in the Hall of Fame?
Who is that?
He got on the old man's list.
Sackmaster for the Falcons, but then he would never got in unless he went to the Eagles. We got to also talk about the prejudice and the hate for Atlanta sports. That's what John getting at. Well,
No, it's a hate for the Falcons because we've been so sorry over the years. They just forgot about us and just dropped us. And that 28-3 just made it worse.
I don't know, y'all. Claude do got 2 All-Pro appearances and like 5 or 6 Pro Bowls. He got a resume.
Now something else too.
What
the
position?
Veterans Committee put his name on the ballot. The Veterans Committee put his name on the ballot.
The old man committee. Let him in.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's right. See, he did not come up. He didn't come up on the regular voting.
No, he didn't.
He didn't come up.
Yeah, we only got one of those. That's Dion.
Yeah. See, and the thing is,
we share him.
It'll be 2 in about 5 years with Julio.
Let me ask you this. Let me just say this real quick. These MVPs and all pros are subjective, and unfortunately, our best quarterback.
They matter, Steven, in the voting process.
But you just can't take that because think about it. The year that Matt Ryan won the MVP, he didn't lead the league in touchdowns. He didn't lead the league in yards. He didn't lead the league in fewest interceptions. He led it in QBR, and not by a long stretch. And so what I'm saying is, if you're a great guy like Matt Ryan and you're playing well and your team is winning, you kind of get swept up in that success. That happens not just with Matt Ryan, it happens with other people. I'm not saying he wasn't good that year, but he wasn't. Some people would argue that he wasn't better than Aaron Rodgers. He beat Aaron Rodgers, the team did, but his stats weren't.
Yeah, well, he was an All-Pro that year, Steven. And he was the MVP.
How did he get an All-Pro? Did someone vote that?
Truth be told,
hold on. Let me answer Steven real quick, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And the year Matt Ryan won MVP, he led the league in TD percentage, which is not a decorated stat, but it's a very, very, very important stat.
What is TD? What is TD percentage?
That means the amount of throws, the amount of passing attempts that you had ended up being touchdowns. It's a proficiency stat. How proficient were you?
But why didn't he lead the league in touchdowns?
Well,
somebody else scored more touchdowns than him.
Right. Somebody might have threw the ball more than him, but he also led the league in yards per attempt. He also led the league in QB rating, also QBR, and a few other stats that people don't talk about.
I know, but the significant stats are touchdowns, yards, fewest interceptions or turnovers. He didn't win any of those.
In rushing.
Yeah, and he didn't win any of them.
My God.
But he was
y'all gonna beat that to the ground, ain't you?
Well, see, and I'm gonna say this. I don't know whether that was a consideration. It may have been, or could be a selling point. But as you guys have pointed out, quarterbacks did not rush like that back then. Plus the fact in 2004, Michael Vick was in the MVP race.
He was.
He was in the MVP race, and there are people that say that Michael Vick got ripped off.
He did.
2004.
He did.
Who won it?
He was on the cover of Madden in 04.
I think Peyton Manning won that year.
No.
Who won it? Who won it, Steve?
It's Peyton Manning.
It was I think it was what's the guy's name who's on Sirius NFL Network? He played for the Raiders. Hold on.
Rich Gannon?
I think it was Rich Gannon.
It was
Peyton Manning was 2004.
That's what he had.
Okay, that's the year we're talking about. 04.
Yeah, now, hey, now if that doesn't scream,
y'all gotta remember.
Now, if that doesn't scream popularity contest, I don't know what does.
But John,
Vic
was the most popular player in the league at that time.
No.
He wasn't.
No. Hold on. Wait a minute. Y'all saying no?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Vic just came in lead in 02.
No.
In 2004, Mike Vick was the most popular player in the league. He was on the cover of Madden. He had his own shoe. He led the league in jersey sales and had the most commercials. How did he not be the most popular?
He was the most popular, but he wasn't the most likable.
No. And also popularity among the voters and popularity among fans are two different things.
Yeah, he wasn't the most likable.
There we go.
He was definitely the most popular.
Know what I'm gonna say, Steve? Hey, that's subjective. That's subjective.
And see that there you go.
No, subjective now.
There you go.
Right now,
that's subjective.
There you go.
You talking about your
Hey, what you
projection,
say,
man.
we
Hey,
gonna
hold
be
on.
going round and round about this forever because of the fact that you remember one of the things that people did not like about Michael Vick was Michael Vick in their eyes was perceived as arrogant. Okay,
Right.
he was perceived as arrogant. So
They ain't like them cornrows, Joe.
Nope.
that might have, I'm going to say that turned the voters off versus a Peyton Manning. And the other obvious
Come on now, y'all know.
situation.
All right, y'all. Hold on. Do we need to go with Peyton Manning? Do we need to go with Peyton Manning stats in 2004?
Hold on,
Don't
Tidy.
No.
Hold on.
No.
Do we need to do that? Do y'all really want to go there?
Hey,
y'all want to go
did y'all see what Tidy did? He brought up rushing stats is not important, but then he said something about a TD percentage. Like, what is that?
That's a proficiency stat.
That was 5 minutes ago. Come on, Tidy, go ahead.
So Tidy,
saying,
to your point, if we're talking about proficiency, Michael Vick has a more proficient playoff record than Matt Ryan. He's won more than Matt Ryan, but he's only played a few games.
I agree, but why are we comparing him to Matt Ryan, though? I don't think Matt Ryan is first ballot. I think Matt Ryan is borderline Hall of Fame. I'm not even sure he's going to get in.
Yeah, he'll get in. I don't think you first ballot.
Ryan is, and you have a lot of people saying that Mike Vick, are you kidding me? What are you talking about?
Say it again. I miss you, Steve.
I was saying I only compared her to Matt Ryan only because, number one, they both played for the Falcons. People sometimes compare their careers. And also, you have a lot of people that says Matt Ryan absolutely is a Hall of Famer. And those same people say Mike Vick is absolutely not a Hall of Famer. And
you've been talking to delusional Falcon fans, haven't you?
Hey, man, if you just get on, I don't know if we're reading a different dimension, but they're out there and they're everywhere.
Yeah, some people that say just absolutely. I mean, he'll get in there eventually, but he's not Julio. He's not a Julio Jones first ballot Hall of Fame.
I totally agree.
But Steven, you got to admit, Matt Ryan has a much better chance of getting in than Vick.
He definitely does. I agree, but it's because the rules are the way that they are. It's a likability. It's not just stats. It's not just how you play. Because if that was the case, Devin Hester would be in. No way a lineman could be in the Hall of Fame before Devin Hester right now.
And I swear you come back to this time.
So wait.
He will be in.
Let me ask you guys something. You guys think Mike Vick will never be in the Hall of Fame?
No, he's not going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Devin Hester getting in, but not Vick.
No,
Devin Hester getting in, Steven.
The dogs.
Oh yeah,
the
I know.
dogs.
He should have been in by now already.
It's the dogs.
It's not even the dogs, bro.
It's the dogs.
It's not the dogs.
It's not the dogs.
It's not because the dogs. The dogs are kind of a gift and a curse to Mike Vick's career, if we're being honest. Because if he don't go through that period of turmoil in his life, he don't never become the quarterback he became in Philadelphia. And you don't even look at him.
He is today.
I got to disagree because the people, just like Ridder, the people that were coaching Michael Vick and the way that they set that team up, he was doomed to fail. He did what he did, to his credit, in spite of the coaching, in spite of the lightest offensive line in football at the time. He did that in spite of. Look at that Green Bay game where Gabaja Biamilia had him all wrapped up going toward the sideline because those turnstiles were letting everybody in the movies.
But John, if he don't get it, y'all, everybody forget, if he don't get himself in trouble, that gives the Falcons more time to put better players around him. You can't give him a credit for something that he caused.
He did cause it.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm saying the Falcon years after Dan Reeves was fired, you had a clown show here.
You did.
You had a clown show here with
Jim
Warner and Greg Knapp. You had a clown show here.
But John, didn't he go to the then he go hold on a second, Red. Didn't he go to the NFC Championship with that coaching style?
He did. And just
Yes,
imagine what would have happened if he stayed.
Yes, he did. And you know why? Because he ran for 1,004 yards that year because of how bad the offensive line was. They were trying to make Michael Vick into a pocket passer when he didn't have a pocket.
Yep.
So Michael Vick didn't even have any audibles. They did not have any audibles. He only had one audible, haul ass. And he used it every chance he could. That was it. And I'm just saying, because see, the thing was, I used to go on the call-in show right after every Falcons game while Michael Vick was playing. Mm-hmm. And it was the same refrain all the time. Who y'all got on the doggone offensive line? And then I come to find out the offensive line had to make weight. They had to be under 285 pounds apiece all the way across the line. Wow. And who you blocking in the NFC at 285 pounds at the center? Right tackle, left tackle, right end.
Well, they had Big Bob. Big Bob was good.
Who? Well, that was Alex Gibbs' scheme, wasn't it?
But all you had to do was just line up wide on Big Bob. Because he couldn't see out.
Bob was blind in the left eye.
Exactly. All you had to do is
that's why he couldn't see. That's why he couldn't see Sheree Whitfield was going.
No, you're right, Red. That's what they did. Red, that's what they did. Bob Whitfield was one of the best offensive linemen on the Falcons team until somebody found out that left eye, he couldn't see out of it. So they lined up wide on that left side, and he was getting false starts every doggone down. He had to hold the other lineman's hand to take off at the same time. I'm serious. That's how, and I'm just saying. Michael Vick was down by law on the football field because of the coaching staff and the philosophy that they had. Because what they did, Alex Gibbs and that good for nothing Bob McKittrick, them joker was eye gouging, leg whipping, spitting in folks' face, cut blocking, chop blocking, doing all the dirty stuff.
Okay, John, let me ask you this. After the Falcons and our bad coaching staff, he goes to a Hall of Fame decorated coach in Andy Reid, and he does not even win a playoff game now. So how do you explain that in terms of coaching?
You win some, you lose some.
Hold on, John. Hold on.
You gotta remember because you know Andy Reid a much better coach. Andy Reid a much better offensive coach.
But he was. Now you got to admit, Michael Vick was a much better player in Philadelphia than he was a much better quarterback. I'll say that much better quarterback in Philadelphia.
He was coachable in Philadelphia.
Coachable then.
Because he was coachable because of the fact, yes, he went through that particular situation and it humbled him. It really humbled him.
Oh, yeah, it humbled him, all right.
You had someone like a Dan Reeves here up until that time, it would have been the same thing. Because, see, Dan Reeves was the type of person that Michael Vick could respect. And Michael Vick really respected Dan Reeves. Okay? He really respected. He respected.
Lamar Jr. was a clown. I agree.
Then on top of that, after Michael Vick got out of jail, it was only two places he could go play football. Philadelphia or the Raiders. That's it. Nobody else was going to have it. The other two, Raiders and Philadelphia, their fan bases didn't give a damn about no dog or what it was that he had done. They didn't care.
Think about this, guys. Think about this.
I mean, y'all talk to me now. Talk to me now. Them folk didn't care. Their fan base didn't care. All we want is a winner. Michael Vick up there.
Cincinnati looking at him too.
Yeah, man, no. Hey, he went up there and learned from Andy Reid and, sat at the feet of the master. Okay, made him a better quarterback, made him a better person. Okay, because, see, you remember they had to go on that big cleanup tour with Tony Dungy.
Yeah, he said it was Tony Dungy, and honestly, I don't know if a lot of people even know this, but Arthur Blank, who helped him get to Philly.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Because see, Arthur Blank knew he couldn't play here right after that situation.
right.
He could not play here after that situation.
Yeah,
Like I
and
said,
the
there's only 2
delusion of
places
fans
that he
just
could
kept
go.
holding it against him.
Sure.
It was only two places Michael Vick could go. Because you know the Raiders, that man, the Raiders don't care. And you know Philadelphia don't care. Not about no dog.
Let's remember though what Mike Vick did.
They don't even care about Santa Claus, so you know they don't care about dogs.
Yeah, so back to the Hall of Fame situation, gentlemen. I'm just telling you. I don't pay attention to it because Tidy and you done ran into that wall about 3 times. The subjectivity wall. You run into the subjectivity wall about 3 times with stats, with perception, with persona, with the type of person he is, all that type of stuff. Because see, the thing is that you have some people, you got some people on that Hall of Fame ballot committee, on the MVP ballot committee, on all those committees. You don't know what type of doggone foibles, you don't know what type of whims and desires or whatever these people have. They might all be dog lovers, and they may never vote him in just for that one reason, but they won't ever tell you that.
But John, he don't got the career even without the dog.
Oh no. And see, now that's something else too. That's something else too. Me, I love Michael Vick, but I don't think that he has the career with all the things that he did, with all of the newness that he brought to the league. I don't think that he would qualify as a Hall of Famer because of the fact that every year the bar raises. Every year the bar raises. And if you've been out of the league 5 years, because it's a 5-year window after you stop playing until you're eligible for the Hall of Fame, you're electing people in that 5-year window, okay? And the criteria changes, okay? Individually as well as collectively. And see, you had to have had a heck of a career in order for them to remember you in 5 years' time when it's time for them to vote for you. You had to have been rolling, balling, big balling. I mean, just showing out. So when you stop playing, man, look here, that joker there, right there, he's on my radar. I'm gonna elect him.
Yep.
You know, because you got to be way over the top for a period of time, 10, 15 years, however long it is that you played. You really got to make an impression in order for that impression to last 5 years after you retire, so that those people can vote for you. Because like I said, man, you just never know why a person got in, and you don't know why a person didn't get in.
And I think we should know.
Yeah. No. Because
most people, most of the guys that get in, why they get in.
But see, thing is, even if you know, how do you know that they are going to even consider that?
Well, they should. That's what I'm saying. And also,
voting is just like voting for a person in office.
Go ahead, Quint.
Yeah. So this goes back to like position stats, right? If you're a defensive back and you got the most interceptions, automatic in. Or you're a defensive back and you got the most tackles for a defensive back, automatic in. So
most tackles for a defensive
most
back?
tackles for like a safety or free safety, huh? Or
free safety, I'm with you, because safeties do more tackling. A cornerback, should we judge them on interceptions, Pro Bowl appearances, all pro selections, but mainly interceptions? Interceptions should be high, or somewhere up there. What you think?
That's subjective, because maybe that cornerback didn't get a lot of passes thrown at him.
I ain't no word for the rest of the night. Go ahead.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
But hey, you guys tell me this though.
I'm asking you, Quint. As a we're gonna start with the cornerback position. What do you think your criteria should be for getting in as a corner? Now we know Dion is probably the best of all time.
He is the best of all time, no doubt.
Okay, so he was big with interceptions. He was big on pass coverage.
Right.
So should that be high?
Oh, that is the top criteria. So if you in that category, automatic in. Now then the other tangible stats come into play as far as that position, because Dion could have been good and nobody threw his way, and he still would get in. He don't have the interceptions to go with it. You see what I'm saying?
Do you think
So,
the flashiness?
how would he qualify to go in if he didn't have the stats?
Because the quarterback's scared of him. That
No.
he's coming home.
I'm not talking about that part. Okay, you're saying that Dion should go in, because of the fact that nobody would throw at him.
Right. When he was at the 49ers, nobody really challenged Dion. So how he's going to get stats?
Because he had a few pick sixes.
Oh, yeah, those are the quarterbacks. Yeah, those are quarterbacks that took chances and they paid for it. But if you got a guy like that, he's not going to have the numbers, but he's have a major impact on the game.
So how do you quantify that? How do you quantify that?
As far as stats, yeah, they're gonna have with film. That's what I'm saying.
They ain't gonna look at no whole bunch of film.
Hey, John,
has 57 interceptions. What are we talking about?
Thank you.
No.
Well, hold up, man. What are we talking about?
Larry,
hold on. How many interceptions he had?
57, bro. What are you talking about? He had 20. He had 24 in his first 4 seasons with the Falcons. That's why I always say he's the best Falcon of all time.
He's the best Falcon of all time. But what I'm saying, he dominated,
me, man.
Prime was his dude.
Larry,
but what I'm saying,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Mike Vick has no way on Dion's level. Don't even. That's disrespectful.
Hey, Larry.
What I'm saying is,
let Quint finish his point. Go ahead, Quint.
Go ahead, Quint.
What I'm saying is, Dion is the best ever, and he clowned in the Falcons. But what I'm saying, the 49ers, Dion didn't get challenged like that when he was at the 49ers because everybody knew how good he was.
Exactly.
They didn't even look the quarter. They didn't even look his way.
That's
so. If you got a player like that that's trying to get into the Hall of Fame, nobody's challenging the guy. So how he's going to get in if he don't have the numbers?
But Dion has enough.
Now
he has the numbers.
Okay. Now both of you guys have made your point. Now Dion stayed here for how many years?
5
years. He played for how many years?
He played
10,
for
11.
No, he played for 10, 12, 14 years.
He ended up.
Let me just say this before you keep going, John. Deion Sanders did have 6 interceptions with San Francisco, so he definitely got the stats. But go ahead, John.
I told you him throwing it way tight.
Okay. All right. Now Now the other gentleman said that Dion would go in the Hall of Fame just by virtue of the fact that they didn't throw his way. Okay.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes,
Dion the best ever. I said a player that. Dion, I said if a player didn't get thrown his way to where if he was playing like the 94 Dion at the 49ers, he's not going to have the numbers to get in, even though he's that good.
Let me tell you what he's going to have. If he's shutting down his side of the field like that, he's going to get another subjective award, what you call an All-Pro. And that All-Pro is going to count toward him getting in the Hall of Fame. So he's going to add another All-Pro to his resume because, like you say, he shut down his side of the field, even though he don't have a number of interceptions, even though I think he'll have a few. But if he shut down his side of the field, he'll get another All-Pro, and that All-Pro accounts to him getting in the Hall of Fame one day.
Yeah, let's put some perspective on Dion in San Francisco, y'all, because he had the second most interceptions in his career that 1 year in San Francisco. He actually had 3 touchdowns off interceptions, and he had a total of 303 return yards.
Okay. But I put that in context of them as the quarterbacks that think they can try Dion that year. That was Dion's probably best season.
Excuse me, boss. Whose fault is that?
The quarterback, no doubt.
There you go. You roll the dice, you get burnt.
You get burnt. That's what happened.
Interception season. He's throwing you off the map. I didn't throw his weight, Quincy.
They didn't throw his weight, man. If you look at the,
And
if
see,
you look
the
at,
thing is, you got to look. You know, their coaches and their players. I don't care who that is out there. I'm gonna put something over there.
Boy,
I'm gonna put some over there. Those were your Rich Gannons,
If I see
Steve Young
over there with a bandana out of that helmet, ain't no way. Hey, I'm looking over there or in the middle.
And that's another thing. A good offensive coordinator can scheme a defensive player completely out of a game.
What are we gonna do? Because I ain't
Right.
going anyway.
See, so and then, cause see, I remember how Dion used to have to help. He used to have to help Tim McKay when he was here, because Tim McKay. Well, let me see, was Bobby Butler?
Who was Tim McKay? He played for the Falcons.
Yeah, he played for. He started with the 49ers and then came here.
Who was the defensive back? Who was the defensive back that him and Dion, every time they get a pick, Dion, him and used to toss the ball to each other?
That was Tim McKay.
That was Tim McKay? Okay.
Yeah, that was Tim McKay.
21-22.
Yep, 21-22.
Hey, John, you remember your boy, what's the dude on ESPN?
Brian Jordan.
No.
Dude, Steve A. Smith?
No. Do Monday Night Football. Lord, what's his name? God, I wanted him to be GM 2 years ago, too. Larry, you know
talking
who I'm talking
about?
He was the cornerback. Larry. Come on, Larry. I know you know who I'm talking about. I wanted him to interview for the GM job 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You talking about? I can't. His name escapes me.
How about Louis Ridder?
Who you talking about?
Louis Ridder.
Yeah, Louis Ridder.
Louis Ridder he was the other cornerback here too, Quincy.
Yeah, hey, guys, I want to take this back to the Hall of Fame with the voting, right? Tell me why a guy like Torrey Holt is not in the Hall of Fame.
Nobody voted for him.
But the guy has the numbers. The guy has the numbers.
Hey, somebody got to nominate him. Everybody, the majority, got to vote for him.
I don't know who he pissed off at that committee, in the Hall of Fame committee, but man, that guy should be in, man.
Yeah, because matter of fact, he played
They
here.
They scared he go way to the crowd, Quincy.
He played here too.
What Red? What'd you say?
Never mind.
It's a lot of, like you guys have been saying, it's a lot of people that deserve to go to the Hall of Fame because of their numbers and their stats, but they're not there because those people, they didn't nominate him. The nominating committee, that's something else too. How does the nominating committee nominate players? What's the criteria for getting nominated?
Right. Let's do this, guys, because see, here's the problem that I have with this. I was talking to Tidy this in chat. Those guys are majority white, and we need to know the criteria that they're going to put out to get these guys into the Hall of Fame. All the subjective stuff and all the stuff they did off the field. Hey, what does this guy deserve to get into the Hall of Fame? What are you basing this on?
Well, if
the league is 70% black, we need to have some more black guys on that voting committee.
Oh, well, you want us to go down there and picket line, don't you? What is this?
Hey, I'm just saying, we need to do it.
But I'm sorry.
But Tommy Novus is not in the Hall of Fame, and I think that linebacker put in there.
I'm sorry, Larry, who you said?
No,
our very first draft pick.
And right now, he definitely should be. And to the point, they just put in a linebacker for the SAG Exchange for the Jets. And Tommy Novus' stats are better than his, but he's not in because he's a Falcon, man. We just got to realize, guys. You got to realize.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Things need to change, man. We need to change.
You gotta have numbers like Julio to get respect as a Falcon.
No.
Man, you should have
to establish a winning culture. You know what I'm saying? That's how players start. When people start respecting your program or your franchise, then they look at you in a different light. That's why so many Braves go in the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying?
The Braves pitching staff is unbelievable, though, man.
I'm gonna be honest though. I think winning teams should be selected more than losing teams because you're doing all this on a winning team.
I don't know about that. Hold on.
The problem is that it's an individual accolade, and so is it, who's making that? Because the whole team doesn't go in.
No losers allowed.
And the game is so complex. For example, if your coach doesn't call the plays, for example, going back to Michael Vick didn't have an opportunity to be Rookie of the Year because he didn't play. Okay, and so depending on how the coach plays you and how he responds to what you're what you're good at, then that may not bode well for you. And so I'm kind of a Falcons historian, and a lot of things that I look at surprise me. We've had 2 quarterbacks to be Rookie of the Year: Matt Ryan, of course, and Steve Bartkowski.
Yes.
Both drafted in the first round. Steve Bartkowski, number 1 overall, Matt Ryan, number 3. Anyway, didn't want to get too off subject, but just want to, share that little tidbit.
Let me. Well, we got to. I got to look at.
Hey, so wait. Corey, what's his name? Chief Booking, right? That's his name, the linebacker guy for the Falcons.
Yeah, Mr. 10 yards down the field, jump on your back. Go ahead.
The best
did he have longevity
linebacker in the Falcons history.
Hey,
the what, John?
The best chase down linebacker in Falcons history.
Go ahead, Quint.
But don't we have longevity? I know you guys were speaking longevity. Didn't Keith Bookings have longevity with the Falcons?
Yes, but he was not as good as people think.
What we said about that sucker? We ain't good. We don't go long in the Hall of Fame.
Mr. Chase down himself. Mr. 10 yards down the field himself.
Yeah. He chased him down the field. But hold on, though. He chased him down the field. Even though the tackle was made 10 yards down the field, Keith Booking got a lot of tackles for a linebacker.
You think the Hall of Fame voters going to put him in?
And 1 year, I think he led the league in tackles.
Yeah, he probably did.
Yeah.
But they were probably 10 yards down the field, but he led the league. So, in my eyes,
80 of them was probably assisted tackles.
I got a question. Why is anybody bringing up linebackers and not bringing up Jesse Tuggle?
Thank you.
Jesse Tuggle was a beast.
Jesse Tuggle was a beast.
Jesse Tuggle
Hey man, Jesse Tuggle belongs in the Hall of Fame. I believe I see Ray chat there.
He's never come up on a ballot. He's never come up on a ballot.
Who he pissed off?
Y'all tell me.
Who did he piss off? Because he pissed off somebody.
It's our friend.
It's just that we were bad during his good year.
You don't get respect.
A lot of those years we were horrible.
It doesn't matter.
I need to go back to something.
I think they making Jesse pay for ER's mistake on Super Bowl night. They making Jesse pay for it.
I need to go back to something.
I said ER.
Who's gonna lose that game regardless?
I need to go back to something.
No, we was gonna lose that game regardless. They were just way better than us.
Michael Vick's rookie year, he was 1-1. 1 win, 1 loss. Attempted 113 passes and completed 50 for 785 yards and 2 TDs and 3 interceptions.
Right. In 2 games?
That's because the Crystal Chandelier was playing most of the season.
Yes, and what he did was something that I was suggesting that Arthur Smith do with Mariota and Ridder. He would put Vick in on certain plays.
Packages, yeah.
He would put him in, just to get him to feel the speed of the game.
About that
he was qualified to go to the Hall of Fame because he like I said, when they got Michael Vick here, Michael Vick was a project. He was a project because he did not know how to throw out of a pocket. He was in the spread offense all during college, and the NFL, the spread offense had not come to the NFL at that time.
Right.
They were pocket passers.
Pocket passers.
John, can you really call the number one pick of all time a project?
Yes.
They did back then.
Yes. I can call him a project.
Yeah, he's a project.
The reason why they knew what Mike Vick was not good at. Mike Vick was not good as a passer. He was not good as a passer. So they had to teach him how to pass.
Well,
and
John,
really tidy, all draft picks are projects, all of them. Some of them are game ready, some of them are not. And you only know when you throw them out there. Because look at Peyton Manning. Look at Peyton Manning. Man, Peyton Manning was just throwing the ball all over the doggone place, throwing interceptions like it was all right.
He was terrible his first year.
But they stuck with him and taught him. He learned that offense like the back of his hand. He learned that offense like the back of his hand versus a Jeff George. Jeff George, man, they were beating Jeff George up so bad in Indianapolis. It was a crying shame. And they said that he never was right. They said he never was right after that. So,
who you said, buddy? Jeff George?
Yeah.
You said Jeff George?
George with
Yeah.
Jay Cutler before Cutler. That's the next subject, man.
Man, Jeff George was a beast.
Him, man. Didn't Mike Vick lead the nation in passing that year? He
with
passed
the Eagles?
like 4,000 yards in the spread.
Yeah, when he was with the Eagles.
I don't think no. I'm talking about in college, guys. When he was in college, I think he passed for like 4,000 yards. He had the best completion percentage out of anybody in college. The thing is with Mike Vick, he wasn't a quarterback that played under center. I agree with you on that. But he could throw the ball. He was just always in shotgun. And at that time, no one was running strictly shotgun.
Right.
The only teams that did that was the Falcons with Chris Miller, and they got Chris Miller head torn off and his ankles and knees destroyed. So they never want to do that. But Mike Vick could pass, but he was ahead of his time, and they should have had him in an RPO. But they didn't have him in RPO. They had him running for under center and then doing play action pro waggles.
Right. Hey, Larry, you're right. In fact, if we go back and watch Mike Vick's first season starting when we played Green Bay, I mean, he was off the charts as far as his accuracy. They couldn't stop talking about it. It was so. I mean, was that a fluke, or I mean, what happened? What happened?
I don't think it was a fluke. I just think we were trying to fit a square hole, a round hole in a square peg, or however you say it.
Yes.
And if Mike Vick came a little bit too early. You know what I'm saying? He was way ahead of his time, even more so than Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, I
agree with you, Larry. Yep.
Let me tell you what I think happened, y'all. If you haven't seen it, one of the best interviews you can watch on Michael Vick and his career trajectory was when he sat down with excuse me, y'all, Shannon Sharp.
Mm-hmm.
That was his most candid interview ever. And he said when he first came in the league, contrary to what people say, he studied the playbook. He studied film. He said he was actually a film nerd. And I quote him here. He said, I did not want to let my coaches down.
Right.
So I studied the film. I practiced. I applied. Vic said when he messed up is when we went to the NFC Championship game, and it was so easy to him that he felt like he could just go back. And then that's when he got relaxed and laxed and stopped doing what he was doing early in his career. And he also, mentioned Dan Reeves also. Hey, Dan Reeves, he was a disciplinary on me. So I really think when he came into the league and he set the league on fire, he was really applying himself. He was studying the playbook, practicing like he should have. And when we went to the NFC game, he kind of got a little relaxed, that Atlanta life, and then he got that big paycheck too.
And he had Jim Mora pumping him up too.
That's my point.
That's
my point. I told y'all it was a clown show. And then on top of that, I just checked Michael Vick's stats in college in 1999 and 2000. He completed 90. He was 90 for 190 completions, 153 attempts for 1,840 yards in 99 He was 97 completions of 179 attempts for 1,439 yards. Now, okay.
Oh, that's terrible.
Now, rushing, he attempted 110 rushes for 580 yards in 1999, 113 rushes for 636 yards. That's basically what he was doing with the Falcons his first couple of years. So that's what I was saying. Michael Vick was a project because they had to teach him how to pass out of a pocket. Okay. Dan Reeves, like I said, Dan Reeves would put him in every now and then just to get him used to the NFL game and get him used to passing. And like I said, Dan Reeves used to tell him, hey, if they going man, they not checking you. So that gave him his opportunity to take off and run. Okay, because he had audibles with Dan Reeves. He didn't have them with Jim Mara and Greg Knapp. He didn't have them. Okay. Now, go ahead.
John, let me ask you something. And this, Quincy, this to your point, believe it or not. I don't know why I'm helping you out, but I'm
just equal opportunity in here.
Yeah. But anyway, to Quincy's point, now, even though Vic doing all that, have Michael Vick figured out the passing eventually and then sustain some consistency in the passing game to go along with the running game, and they never got in that dogfighting trouble, would he have been a Hall of Fame with these?
Sure.
The trajectory would say, yeah, but I still would have needed some more time playing. I would have needed some more time playing. You know, I would need some more time playing. See, hey, those 2 years that he was doing what Johnny Cash called that slow time hurt him.
He did.
That slow time hurt him.
I agree.
See,
you gotta say his last 2 years as a Falcon were non-winning seasons, 8-8 and 7-9.
Right.
Yeah, cause see, Mara. Okay, Mara in 2004, right before the season, went to college and learned about the read option. You remember me, you, I think it was all of us. We were talking about this with Winston, as whether it was a read option or RPO.
Yeah.
Okay,
I remember that argument.
Now the thing was, what we could do real good, we could run better than any team in the league because you had a double threat, just like we had with Mariota and Algier.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same thing because Michael Vick would read that defensive end, and if he crashed down, he'll take it. If he didn't, Dunn would take it. Vice versa, whichever way it went. But they were always looking at Michael Vick to take off and run. And Michael Vick was the scariest person on the team. He's the scariest person on the team because he would embarrass you.
Right.
Okay. Outrun you, outflank you, get away from you when you're trying to sack him, all of that. See, Greg Knapp went and learned about that read option, and they incorporated that into the offense. That's how Vick had that 1,000 yards in 2004. How Warwick Dunn, I think Warwick Dunn had 1,000 yards too, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But we could not pass. Right. In 2004, we still couldn't pass because they had not worked on Michael Vick's passing. And to your point, Tidy, if that's all you were doing was running and you were successful with it, oh yeah, it's gonna be easy. And Michael Vick ran into the same problem that we're running into right now with Desmond Ridder. Mm-hmm. Same thing, not knowing how to pass the ball. He had to learn that OJT because he didn't have a pocket that he was supposed to be in because the offensive line couldn't hold up. Mm-hmm. He didn't have any audibles to audible to change a pass into another passing play or a running play or something of that nature. He was hamstrung. And on top of that, the fan base was getting restless. They didn't like the braids in the head. They didn't like the rap music. They didn't like the rebellious attitude. They didn't like the arrogant attitude. You remember everybody
Probably
Hey,
like
you
he's
remember
giving a
everybody
finger
making
to
a
his
big
crowd.
deal about him shooting a bird at the fan.
Yeah.
Ron Mexico.
Yeah, all that old crazy stuff. And then and then those situations where he had the false, what was that? The false
the
false
Gatorade
burgers.
bottle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the false burgers, and it was something else.
About water bottle in the airport, dude.
Yeah, water bottle at the airport, all that kind of stuff. And all of that was speaking arrogance. It was just speaking arrogance. I don't have to follow the law. I don't have to do this, whatever. I'm thug.
Right.
You know, I'm all this, I'm all that. And see, people at that particular time, they weren't gravitating toward that.
Yeah, and that's what's hurt them in. That's what's hurt them in the Hall of Fame votes.
Yeah, and see that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Those subjective things that don't have anything to do with football greatness or performance or whatever, those subjective things are what keeping him or what would keep him out of the Hall of Fame. That coupled with the fact that he didn't play long enough and he didn't have the success that some people feel that he should have had.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And John, to your point, my perspective on Mike Vick, going back to the Hall of Fame question, I don't think he's getting in the Hall of Fame. I wish he could.
Right.
But I look at the eye test, not statistics necessarily, the eye test. If you watch Mike Vick in college when he played Florida State, if you watch Mike Vick come back when we played Minnesota and he ran a touchdown, if you just watch him, the eye test is like, that dude is special. Maybe he goes to a bad team. Maybe he gets in trouble. Maybe his quarterback, maybe his coach doesn't know how to develop him. But that guy is special. If you saw Barry Sanders play one season, you're like, that guy is special. Now, Mike Vick got in trouble. Maybe he went to the wrong team. He made bad decisions. But that guy is special. And there are no statistics that can accurately capture what he meant or define the type of player that he was. That's all I'm saying. And
yeah, I agree. You can't quantify. You can't quantify that. You can't quantify.
That guy was special.
You can't quantify that. You know, there's no metric to quantify that. But like you say, the eye test. Hey, look, man. Just ask the thousands of fans who used to pack out the Georgia Dome just to see Michael Vick play on Sunday. I was one of them. Man, it got so good I didn't even go in the stadium. I was at the tailgate. We had a big 55-inch square block projection TV on the back of a pickup truck, satellites going all up on the bridge and everything to make sure we got a good signal. We barbecuing and Michael Vick running, man. We hollering out there louder.
Them was the days, John.
Yeah.
Man. And that's what we're trying to get Red and Tidy to understand that this guy was special. This guy holds a record probably would never be broken. And this guy can't even get.
We was watching at the same time you was.
Yeah, but you must have the glasses on, you couldn't see. This guy's special.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can see him now. He was special. I keep telling you, I agree with you about his being exciting and special. I just said he don't have enough to get in the Hall of Fame, and that is completely understandable.
Now, put my glasses you made, John, about Mariota.
You know, like I said, it being a subjective vote, and it's not just limited to stats.
Right.
Because when they have that vote, and the man approaches the man, hey, man, I thought you said you were going to put him in. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Yeah. Why?
I don't know why you think that.
I just couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it, man.
Look,
you know, I got a little
I
chihuahua at home, and every time he get to holler, I start thinking about them dogs up there.
No, don't do that, John. Don't do that.
Hey, tell me that I ain't right.
You're not right. You're not right.
I got a question.
If there's a Hall of Fame full of guys like us, I say, yeah, he had a better chance of getting in. But we all know what the committee consists of. Absolutely. And it ain't going to be the majority of guys like us.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate. We can change that, though, because the league is 70% black.
I don't think it's based on the dogs. Y'all keep bringing up the dogs, but I don't think it's the dogs. He just don't have the substance in his career past the highlights. You know, it's like,
I agree. You know, he don't have the stats. So, you know, I admit that he doesn't have the stats, doesn't have the stats over a long period of time either. Okay. And it's just, you know, but Fido is a factor.
I'll say this. Michael Vick, as far as like raw talent, if they had a Hall of Fame for raw talent, he gets in. But see, that's the beautiful thing about sports. It's not all about talent. A lot of it is about mental fortitude. And I'm about to throw a jab at Quint. That's why I think Mike Tyson is probably the most overrated boxer in history because he didn't have the mental fortitude.
Nope.
You know, you gotta be able to. You gotta be able to. You gotta be able to sustain, and I think that's what Vic dropped the ball at. Is like that mental fortitude is what he didn't have, and I think that's where he fell short at.
Let me. When Mike Tyson bit Holyfield's ear, that did
right.
That got that. The argument and the discussion is over with.
Right.
So he was looking for a way out.
Right.
He was looking for a way out, man.
He was getting whooped.
He was getting whooped. You're right, Larry.
He was looking for a way out.
He needed to get out.
Yeah, Holyfield's headbutt.
You don't need mental fortitude when you can do this right. It's about 5 6 seconds.
Y'all acting like, hold on, man. Every Mike Tyson fan act like nobody got headbutted before, man. Miss me with that, man.
Right, Larry.
Hey,
he was getting headbutted too. Hey, hold it. Hey, guys, for the boxing thing though, between me, my opinion, Holyfield's on steroids that fight.
No, they drug tested him.
No, yeah, but there's ways around that. If you go look at
Tyson fans.
Oh, wait a minute. Mike Tyson wasn't on nothing.
No, he wasn't on nothing.
He was on cocaine.
Yeah. You remember that weekend that they had that explosion at the mansion right after that interview on Friday night?
He was on coke. But look.
No. Look, he said it real fast, so it wouldn't hurt when he said it.
What you think? You think cocaine on steroid? You think cocaine on steroid?
Hey man, Mike was doing coke. When Mike won the title, man, he you know, $30 million fights. Come on, man, the guy gonna do the coke and all that shit. But
how do we get the Tyson drug problem?
Wait a minute.
Tyson. Riddick Bowe or Tyson?
Hey, no, Mike Tyson, Bo was on it too, but Holyfield
Lennox Lewis or Mike Tyson?
Lennox
Lewis or Mike Tyson?
Hey, you guys go back and look at the fight what he did with James
I
Toney.
might take Lennox out.
James, exactly. Look what you just said, James Toney. Stop.
James Toney. Holyfield fought James Toney before he fought Mike Tyson. The guy was a different boxer. Totally different boxer. He was not on steroids when he fought James Toney.
Wait a minute. Who told you that, man? Wait a minute. Was there any article saying that Holyfield was on steroids? Or did you accuse it?
No, he just excused.
I'm using the eye test. The eye test
tells
me.
What eye test you using? That makes see.
The eye test tells me.
Get up.
No, hey, go look at the fight.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna throw this on you.
Yeah.
Right after the Olympics, Holyfield was under the management of Ken Sanders. This was a big auto dealer that we had here. Had a Buick dealership, Subaru dealership, whatever. He was Holyfield's manager. They went to Mike Tyson and said, "We will fight you for $25 million, winner take all." And Mike Tyson didn't want no parts of it.
Hey, so you talking about when Holyfield was a light heavyweight?
Yep.
Why would Mike Tyson risk that?
Holyfield wanted to fight the man. Okay?
Yeah, but if you're the heavyweight champion of the world and you got a lot on the line to lose, this guy has nothing to lose. So what $25 million mean nothing to you when you got a lot to lose? You're gonna want to fight guys you're gonna beat.
If you hold up. If you the baddest man on the planet, you figuring you ain't gonna lose.
No, I want easy money. That's what these guys want.
No. See that the boxing game was not like that back then.
Back then, it was not.
The boxing
Yeah.
game wasn't like that.
But
back then.
that's what it turned into, though.
No,
'Cause
we're not talking about what it turned into, and it turned into that because of Don King.
Don King, that's what he was doing.
It turned into that because of Don King. But back then, you fought, the winner got the purse, and then the loser did. Or the loser would get a small share of the purse or whatever. But what Don King started doing, he was going to pay his fighter more whether he won or lost.
What he won or lost. Right. And because he started that when Mike Tyson won the title with the tournament.
But
so he figured, I got the prize, I got the cash cow. I'm going to milk it, put him in the ring with guys he can beat, and make money from him. $30 million fights, and he get 15%.
Guys,
so he knew.
There was no one challenging him. The heavyweight division was horrible. That's why Holyfield.
Whoa! Hold on. You can't say that because.
Why can't?
Fighting. If you're the champion if you're a boxing champion, like right now, Tyson Fury is the champion. You can't say this guy's a scrub because this guy's a champ. You know how hard it is to box?
Bro,
right now, you gonna tell me you can go 3 rounds with an older guy who boxed.
I'm saying the era that Mike Tyson ruled is the weakest. It's one of the weakest.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that. Those guys are champions.
And I'm gonna tell you something else.
Trevor Barrett.
He didn't want to fight Foreman either.
Look, Razor Ruddicks, those guys were champions. You know how hard it is to do that in boxing? That's not easy,
what I'm
man.
telling you, man, if you get guys who swear on Mike Tyson, man, the Max Kellermans, he always has a bias towards Northeast boxers, okay? We understand that, all right? But what I'm telling you is, once the Holyfields, and even after Tyson and Holyfield, once Riddick Bowe and once these dudes that was 6'6", 6'7", start coming in, and Tyson couldn't even handle someone that's 6'4", 6'3", like Holyfield, man.
Yes, he could have. He been handling those fighters. How tall you think Razor Ruddicks was?
Who?
Razor Ruddicks.
Who?
See, you don't even know Razor Ruddicks. This guy was good.
Man, but I'm just saying who.
He fought Tyson one time fighting, but I ain't know he was.
He fought Tyson. He fought Tyson 3 times actually.
And hold up. Now, Riddick Bowe, in the last fight that they fought, y'all go and pull YouTube up. That Joker had a pad. Hold up. Before you start, that man had a pad on all the way up to his nipples on his chest.
Well, that's because before that, Andrew Galata hit him in the low belt he damaged that guy.
No. Look, the low belt and where your nipples in your chest are, that's about, as tall as he was, that's about 7 or 8 inches of target.
But I can understand why he did it. I can understand why he did it.
No, bro. How in the world you wearing a great big mattress exercise pad around your waist and you only got your head and your upper chest as a target to hit?
Because the dude, Andrew Galata, low-blowed him. He permanently damaged that guy.
He was fighting Holyfield and Mike Tyson.
Body blows.
Riddick Bowe never fought Mike Tyson. Riddick Bowe.
No. I'm talking about. What did I just say?
Riddick Bowe was a bad boy.
Not Riddick Bowe.
Andrew Galata.
No.
Razor Rudder.
No. What was that joker name?
Hey, Riddick Bowe was a bad boy.
Trevor Barrett.
No, he was.
Damn, John, I'm the one smoking weed. How you forget like that?
I've been drinking.
Me too. I've been drinking.
Matter of fact, I can't remember what I was drinking, but it didn't ring. But what was that man's name?
You talking about
he fought Mike Tyson and Holyfield too?
Yeah. They both, yeah. Tall, had dreads.
Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis. That's who it was.
I said it earlier. Lennox Lewis.
Yeah, you're right, Larry. You're right. I didn't recognize it. See that, man.
Man, about 2 minutes ago.
Well, see, hey, hold on though, Larry. Anything after I would say 93 that Tyson was fighting, he was just fighting for money. He ain't the same guy. He didn't have the same team. We talking
You mentioned the longevity thing.
We talking 86 to 90, Mike.
I see why you
86 to 90, Mike.
Hall of Fame,
Larry.
I see why you like Mike Vick in the Hall of Fame.
He like them leprechaun athletes 3 or 4 years and you done.
Hey man, hey, when you do something unbelievable, man, it's just when you do something unbelievable.
Hey, you got a video game. Mike Vick on the cover of Madden. Mike Tyson punch out. I see you. I got you.
And I played both of those games, by the way, Larry.
Look here. That 2004 Madden, that 2004 Madden, they still say that's one of the greatest video.
One of the greatest ones
ever made.
Dude,
one of the greatest.
I think go PlayStation 2. I think guys sit up late nights.
Late night.
But the thing about that game is you had to ban the Falcons because Vic was.
Oh man!
You had to ban the Falcons. You couldn't
play with the Falcons.
Hey, y'all remember them church songs? Girls would be chirping all night.
Hey man.
The Mike Vick card is still the #1 quarterback card in Madden. Like that's how they play the card and they play the cards throughout history. If you got the card,
I like the way Madden is now. They don't even have classic teams on there, man.
Man,
that's based off of 2004.
2004, Mike Vick was ridiculous. He had 95s. I'll never forget it because I was a heavy Madden player during that time. 95 speed, 99 acceleration. That was just difficult to stop, man. And then his accuracy, they had that overrated.
Well,
he was throwing to the 6'4" white guy I mentioned earlier, Brian something.
Brian Finneran.
Brian Finneran, yeah. He made this guy look like fucking Randy Moss, man, on that game.
Quincy, that's why I wasn't tripping. I used to let my opponent have the Falcons. I would either get Baltimore or Philly, especially once they got T.O.
Oh, you lost all day against me.
You lost all day against me, bro.
Look, hey,
now that defense,
V103 banned me for tournament. I won 3 straight and no one could beat me.
At defense, don't let me have my audible state, Larry. Your ass ain't scoring nothing.
Hey, I'm shutting you down.
Me from their tournaments.
I am the defense master.
V103
niggas be celebrating when they just get 1 touchdown on me.
Say what you say, Larry?
V103 banned me from their tournaments. Remember when V103 used to have those mad tournaments?
Yeah.
Get him, Larry.
I won 3 straight.
Well, you got a little bit better if you was in the tournament now.
Like, nope.
Man,
I have a question. Hey, Larry, I was in the tournament.
I never tried my skills at the tournament, but I know my defense was off the chain. Like I say,
do y'all remember the Madden bus?
The Madden bus.
You remember the Madden bus?
I beat all those guys on that Madden bus.
The Man Cruiser? You talking about the Man Cruiser?
No, not John Madden's Cruiser. But you had a Madden bus where you played Madden and earned your way on the bus and lost your way off the bus. They just dropped you off in whatever town it was you lost in.
Right. Hey, I beat all those guys on that Madden bus.
And
I beat all them guys.
And I played the man who was driving the bus because he used to have a sports talk radio show on 92.9. His name was Jim Murray. Because him, Cordell Stewart, and a couple of other people were up at Dave and Buster's in Marietta. And it was a Thursday night football game, if I'm not mistaken.
Over off Delt Road.
Yeah, they paid for food and drink and all that stuff. Man, I was slanting jokers. And we used to be locked in a house for a weekend.
Oh yeah.
When Madden came out, or you got together, got a tournament, I used to be locked in the house for a weekend. I think I won about $35,000-$40,000 playing Madden.
No doubt.
Oh, okay.
Let me share this story with you guys about Madden.
Not at one time, Toddy.
Oh yeah, this over the season.
No, hey, Toddy.
Oh no.
Hey, let me share this with you guys.
Dead man walking.
Hey, so let me share this with you guys. With the John Madden, let me share this with you guys. Back in 04, Vic was on the cover. We go around to the Madden tournaments. So I was a tournament player. There was this one guy from Philly. His name was Big Gene. You guys can look this up. I went up to Philly, played this guy. I met Kevin Hart's brother. He played Madden. His name was 40 G's. I met Kevin Hart before he became Kevin Hart back in 2004, playing this Madden game, man. We went up to Philly, man. We beat these guys out of $10,000.
He had done soul playing at that time, right?
Oh man, you got to get in the lab to play Madden, man. And I was playing with Tennessee Titans when they had McNair and Javon Curse coming off the edge, man. You had the Nano Blitz back then. You can move guys around how you want, and you can get pressure real good. And back then, Javon Curse was like 88 speed coming off the edge. It was unbelievable. So only guy that can get away from that blitz was damn Mike Vick. Anybody that played with Mike Vick, man, I hate that shit because that was the only guy that can get away from the blitz. Big Gene played with Atlanta Falcons. He had Mike Vick. He had that white boy. I can't think of his name. Brian Finneran.
Yep.
Yeah.
You gotta hit
this
that
guy,
defense.
man, that guy
every time.
Man, when I say this guy beat everybody, Big Gene beat everybody with the Falcons, and I had that white boy looking like Randy Moss, man, no doubt. He beat everybody.
I could D-Vic up on that game.
Now,
no, you wouldn't beat Big Gene. I beat Big Gene by luck. Ain't gonna lie. I beat the guy by accident. He threw a pick. He threw right at my guy.
Who the hell is that?
That's 40 G's. That's 40 G's right there.
That's Kevin Hart.
That's Kevin Hart's brother.
That's his brother.
Yeah. That's 40. That right there is where we went and played Madden in the Philly. That little bar right there, whatever they had TVs set up in there,
tables in there
with the pool tables, right? They had TVs and pool tables set up, and he owned it. 40 G's right there.
Oh, Kevin Hart brother owned it.
Yeah, Kevin Hart brother owned it. 40 G's and Big Gene. That name right there. That's who the guy. He was a top man player, man, back in 04.
Thank you,
man. They need to make a movie on this shit, man. I bet that shit would be awesome. I mean, if the right director got it.
That's Big Gene right there. That's Big Gene right there. Big Gene probably won so much money, man. I'm for sure he won at least back then as 04, man, at least $200,000 playing Madden.
Yeah,
that guy right there.
Hey,
you got money. You got video games.
Money.
Just give me a good story. You can make a damn good ass movie off this shit.
Cause see, now there was one.
At least a limited series or something.
Yeah.
There was. Wait a minute. Didn't somebody did make a documentary on Madden? I'm going to look for it. I think somebody did.
I've seen a couple of video game documentaries and one on John Madden himself.
Yeah. No. It was about the Madden bus or the Madden tournament.
Well, the Madden bus, I think that came around 2005, 2006. It was a guy named The Secret, a white guy from Tampa. He was real good at Madden that year. And I could never beat that guy, but
well, see, I'm gonna tell you something else too. See, now you had to watch these jokers because see, we had to make a rule: no memory cards, because these jokers were programmed as memory cards. Shoot, I mean, wide receiver hand looked like a doggone basket. you throw it anywhere near the joker, he catching it. Ain't no doubt about it. then they had glitches in the game, and I stopped playing. I stopped
remember
playing
the
in
glitches.
2006. I stopped playing in 2006 because there was a glitch in the 2006 game where you could stand in the shotgun, pat your feet 12 times, and your receiver on the left is wide open. And the people on the right, all your defense is on the right, and they will never get over there to get it. This joker was whooping me to doggone death with the memory card in there. And I said, oh, no more memory card. Hell no. No more memory card. No, I ain't playing no more.
You beat that by
you was playing that online?
Huh?
You was playing online?
Online didn't exist at PlayStation 2. Online didn't exist then.
No. All you do is control the player yourself, John. You shouldn't have let your corners play. See, that's your own fault.
No, the computer would pull. Look.
Oh no, I know
the computer would pull them away where you had no control over.
Okay. In 06. Okay, I thought
I remember that glitch, John. I remember. I lost some money out that glitch.
06, yeah. 06.
Yeah, they would pull your corners and everybody out of position and bunch them up in a bunch near the line of scrimmage. Your receiver running down the field, open as a doggone Waffle House, joker waving all the way down the field. And ain't nothing you can do. Everybody running like hell, but they pee out right about the 10-yard line. You know,
I probably didn't like that version either.
Man, because see, man, I was playing Madden when you didn't look. The jokers didn't even have no doggone number. They were just a little hunch down a little square.
I was playing
Now the thing about online play back then, they didn't. The glitches, they couldn't get out the game, like what you said. But when you play head to head, that didn't fly. You couldn't do that.
Well, you couldn't use memory card. We made a rules. Stop using memory card.
There was a head-to-head glitch in the game though around that time.
Yeah, there was a head-to-head glitch, but if I'm playing for money, you can't do it. Right.
Everybody eventually caught on to it. You're right.
Man, you ain't get messed up in somebody's house, doggone trying to cheat like that, man.
Right. You're not about to do what John said, the wide receiver glitch. I think the emotional guy, the guy didn't go nowhere. Huh?
Say what now?
I always use my memory card for my audible. Other folks use the cheat, not me.
Right. Yeah, you can't do that. Set your audibles up in front of me. While we playing.
No problem, Quincy. I still whop you up.
we playing for $2,000 now. You set your audibles up right now. No memory card.
$2,000.
That's how it was, man.
Hey man. Hey, jokers did work.
Fucking with you.
Look here. Madden was a full-time job.
It was a full-time job, but a $2,000 pop.
They tied it up after work for me.
Yeah, Madden was a full-time job. Yeah, you committed to that all week long.
Yeah, see, I can tell the guys that were really committed. I can tell the niggas that had no job. I'd be like, God damn, nigga.
Oh no, it was people who worked and still played Madden because they made more money on Madden than they did their job.
Yeah, really job.
Yeah, because
you had to put at least 6 to 8 hours a day playing that game to be good back then.
Yeah,
no doubt.
it
But
was fun. I ain't gonna lie.
They had a tournament one time where you could pick legacy teams. You remember when they had that option where you could go back in the past and grab teams from the past?
Well, I wish they still had it.
I really missed that. And this dude, when Indianapolis was hot with Peyton Manning, this dude bet me what was it, $500 that he could beat me, be 21 zip in the second quarter by halftime. And what I used to always do with folk like that, we playing 15-minute quarters, bro. We playing 15-minute quarters. Now, usually it's 5-minute quarter. Usually 5-minute quarter. But he agreed to play me in 15-minute quarters.
What team did you get?
No way.
What team you got?
I never play a 15-minute quarter.
Guess
That's a 4-hour
guess
game.
who I picked? Guess what team I picked?
The 3-hour
Rams.
game.
Mm-mm.
The Falcons.
Mm-mm.
Hold on, what year was it again? What year was it?
Now the game was 2000. It was a 2004. It was
The Falcons. Falcons best game was best team was Falcons,
You
Tennessee, and
were the
Minnesota.
it was the
49ers.
best team in 2004 with Michael Vick.
Yeah,
But
Vic.
I went back and got the 92 Oilers.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, I would have never
You gonna
guessed
lose
them.
like that in the
Warren
04
No,
game.
sir.
Warren
Warren Moon and Haywood Jeffries were killing.
Yeah. Haywood, yeah.
Man, you would never
Wasn't
beat
nothing.
me.
The Falcon, no. Man, 2 passes is 2 down touchdown every possession.
That
No.
defense be too weak.
Nah, man.
And that Houston Oilers defense too. With Chris
Nah,
Dishman
man.
playing cornerback.
That
I remember
Falcons.
him.
Hey, have you ever heard of Nano Blitz?
Nano
Yeah,
Blitz.
that was one of my favorite.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite plays.
I've heard of it.
Right. So if you were playing Madden 94, I'm sorry, 2004, a Nano Blitz, you couldn't play outside of Mike Vick, Minnesota, and Tennessee Titans with Steve McNair, Dante Culpepper, and Mike Vick. If you had played with any team outside of that, you would lose because the Nano Blitz was coming too fast.
I think I played with Minnesota and Moss too sometimes.
Yeah, Minnesota
I ain't
Moss.
gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
Moss.
now, I don't know whether this dude used this Nano Blitz. I'm gonna have to check that out because my memory is failing me as far as that's concerned. But
You wouldn't be able to get the ball off, or you wouldn't be able to scramble from the blitz.
look, Warren Moon, I don't care who you sent. I don't care how many of you sent or who you sent. Warren Moon, soon as the ball was hyped, it's slants all day long. Just slants. I catch them coming. You know, cause see if they play off, slant coming. If they don't, throw into the running back coming out of the backfield.
Well, we can tell you lost a lot of games.
No, sir. Not with that team. Not with that team. No, sir.
Hey,
Man, John, I will hit you with that hard flat. I have both of that covered.
Hey, John. With the Madden back then, the way the Nano Blitz came, they banned it from now. You can't even run the same nanos you ran in 04. That's how bad it was.
Check that out. I'm gonna have to check that out. I gotta see what they're talking about.
They got the Saul Blitz now.
You have to come off the edge. You have to send a whole lot of people now. But back then, you could send 3 guys, and one of those guys will come untouched in the Madden in 04. And the best guy to do it with was Javon Curse, or Minnesota had a fast linebacker back then. And who was the other team?
It wasn't Randall.
Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Falcons had a fast linebacker too to come on Nano Blitzes.
In 05?
04.
04.
Yeah. With Mike Vick on the cover. Yeah.
Kearney, probably was Kearney.
I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah.
What was
04
Kearney?
Madden. Atlanta Falcons had a fast linebacker.
Oh, a
Tennessee
linebacker?
Titans, linebacker.
Witherspoon. Was it Witherspoon?
Witherspoon, that's who it was.
No, he was not there in 04.
Oh, yeah, I think he was.
No, not Witherspoon, not in 04.
No. Witherspoon was back there with Dan Reed, wasn't it?
No, y'all talking about Shawn Witherspoon?
Yeah, hold on.
No, he was out in 04.
2004.
So he didn't come to like 2000. He came in the Matt Ryan era.
Yeah. Spoon. Yeah, Spoon.
Yeah.
Spoon. Yeah,
He
that
wasn't there in
was
04.
that's 2008 on. Somewhere after 2008.
Yeah, Witherspoon was.
Hold on, I'm about to give him to you right now. Hold on. What the fuck is that?
You said a linebacker with Vic. Let me think.
Yeah, hold on.
Hey, that's the defense been so sorry over the
Are you
years.
talking about Keith Brooker?
No, not it was Boogie. He's slow.
I know you remember that sorry motherfucker.
You talking? Hey,
We
man,
had-
you talking about back in '94, right? Oh, excuse me.
No, 04. He's talking about 04.
We had Brooklyn, we had DeMario Williams, Chris Draft.
I remember Draft. I remember that name.
That's about it.
That's what I'm saying. All these guys.
Hold up.
I think you guys are thinking about in the nickel package. I think you're thinking about a safety or a corner when you
DeMario Williams
sit on the outside, shift it, and have basically go games. And then
Chris, you probably giving us the wrong position.
Yeah, you might be talking about DeMario.
They might be in the nickel.
Yeah, have me guess wrong players.
You had Kearney rushing the edge.
I mean, I don't know, man. I just know that I had a unstoppable one play, but I guess they would call it a glitch, but it really wasn't. I played more.
I'm reading this about the Madden Nano Blitz, and they're trying to say that it was a flaw in the game's programming, in the AI for the offensive line. So I don't know. Now this is what this particular article is saying, that it was an AI glitch.
Okay.
And it was a lot of them. Yeah, man, it was a lot of them from time to time. During the game. So that's why I stopped playing. That's why I stopped playing, man. Shoot. Sit up here. And then the computer. I remember one time I had a man wide open. The computer threw the ball back the other way. Just throwed it back behind me about 20 yards. All of my team was going this way. The blitzing cornerback, he scored. I said, "Oh, y'all want it that bad? y'all want to beat me that bad? All right, go ahead." And I threw the game in the street.
All right, y'all. Let me ask y'all this before we get out of here. Speaking of Hall of Fame, that's kind of been our theme for the night. What do y'all think about Julio Jones? Is he really a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Yes,
absolutely.
Definitely.
Why? Somebody tell me why. I'm gonna play the antagonizer role. This argument. I'm just
okay.
Well, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
you.
Okay.
But I'm going first, Quincy. Since you
go ahead.
Okay. Julio is a first ballot Hall of Fame tighty because number one, he was considered one of the best wide receivers he was considered the best at his position for a period of time. Longevity. It wasn't that in history. Wasn't he like one of the first receivers that had like 4 or 5 straight 1,400-yard seasons in a row? That's something historic. Like I say, longevity, numbers. I mean, man, now that we're going to play with the Eagles, he's going to surpass 13,000 yards. But even with us, he had 12,000 yards in 10 seasons. I mean, Hall of Fame. I mean, not Hall of Fame. Pro Bowl, All Pros, historic numbers, big time numbers. Even had he retired a Falcon, he would have retired with 12,000 yards. That is first. If Megatron, Julio, and Randy with no rings got in first ballot, even though T.O. should have got in first ballot. If Megatron got in first ballot, Julio going in first ballot. Now go ahead and give me your argument.
Everything that Red said, plus that remarkable Super Bowl sideline catch, which now is forgotten.
I ain't forgot it. And I never will.
And I do believe
that right there should have been a play we should have been talking about. It's been a play that got us our first ring. But thanks to that asshole in San Francisco and some other things, we did.
I think if he was targeted more than 4 times, we might have won that Super Bowl.
Hey, won a Super Bowl, we would have ball.
So what?
Freeman.
No, right. Even with Freeman's missed block, I think that if the ball was thrown to Julio Jones more than 4 times, we would have won that game.
No, I think it would have ran the ball. I wasn't.
Freeman didn't miss no block now.
No,
I tell y'all.
about we would have ran the ball more. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Larry, no question about it. But I think that the most dangerous player on the field was basically ignored. He was covered 2 of the 4 times he was throwing the ball that they threw him the ball, and he caught all 4 passes.
Okay.
So
good point.
They should have thrown the ball his way more.
Well,
I'm biased when it comes to Julio.
So is everybody on the panel saying yes, he's first ballot?
First
Anybody
ballot,
say
man. I'm from Alabama. He went to Alabama. He's from Alabama. Julio Hall of Fame.
Well, you
see how he did that?
Wait.
You
First
see how
ballot.
he did that? You see how he did that? You see how he did that?
Yeah.
He went to Alabama. I'm from Alabama. He's a Hall of Fame. See how he did that? That's exactly how those Hall of Fame voters.
You didn't even say it. You from
Hold on.
Alabama.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. The argument is not Hall of Famer, it's first ballot Hall of Famer.
First ballot.
Yeah. I feel
I don't know, cause see, just like my analogy all the time.
Megatron not made first ballot, I probably would have thought about it. But once Megatron got in first ballot, I was like, okay, yeah, Julio going.
But is Julio's number in his career better than Megatron? Let's go there.
No.
Yeah.
11,000.
Yeah, his defensive numbers are. His defensive numbers are.
Red, your mic muffled.
Oh, sorry, man.
Hey, what'd you say, John? His defensive numbers are?
Yeah, his defensive numbers are called. Look, y'all. I posted it in the group. Matt Ryan threw that same stupid pass that Ridder threw last Sunday.
Hold on, let's stick with Julio and Megatron. Like we gonna get on that.
Hey, Julio saved it behind. Julio,
let's not turn it to Matt Ryan. Let's stick.
I'm trying to tell you about Matt. I'm trying to tell you about Julio.
I know, John, but John, they not gonna look at interception tackles. Let's kind of keep it on. They ain't gonna do that. But looking at Julio and Megatron. Can we honestly say, looking at interception tackles aside, does Julio have a better resume than Megatron?
No.
I'll say on that particular, since you narrowed it down like that, I'll say no.
Yeah, but
somebody pull the stats up. Tidy, pull the stats up.
I'm looking at it.
I say
Megatron meant more for Detroit. Overall than Julio meant for the Falcons.
Hey, but we can't have different rules for receivers than we have for quarterbacks. I mean, how many playoffs did Megatron make it to?
Well,
0.
Okay, 0. And how many Super Bowls did Julio make it to?
1.
Okay. So, I mean, what rules?
Bias, man. These jokers, you see.
You know, two conference championships.
Yes.
2 conference championship games. Playoffs. All that, really ever since he came into the league. He did more than Megatron. He did more than Megatron.
Detroit is the reason Megatron retired.
Yep.
Yeah, same reason Barry Sanders left too.
Right.
But the thing is, see, when those Hall of Fame voters look at Julio's career, they're gonna look at everything Julio did. And those passes that Matt Ryan was throwing to Julio, made.
John, let's not go there, John.
I
get it, but let's not turn it to Matt Ryan. Let's kind of
they are going to look at that.
I know what you're saying, but let's not turn it to like what Matt Ryan did.
What John's saying is he's saying that.
Let me say this. May I add? There has only been 7 wide receivers that have been first ballot Hall of Fame. And I said this earlier today. I'm going to give y'all the players. There's only been 7 of them. There was Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Steve Largent, Paul Warfield, Lance Allworth,
Suspect.
Raymond Berry,
Suspect.
Calvin Johnson.
He
Now,
deserved
they definitely are a lot
Ooh, they
stricter.
had.
They're definitely a lot.
Lance Warren ain't in there?
No, the's only been 7.
Man,
He
I
said
thought for
first
sure
ballot.
Ben Swan was one.
Right, first
He said
ballot.
first ballot. First ballot.
Yeah,
He
first
in there,
ballot.
he got first ballot.
Lynn Swan.
Okay. Well,
First
well,
ballot.
Oh,
see,
Lance Swan don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. He got in there off of anyway. He's in there. But
what? Wait a minute, Larry. What?
No,
No.
Lynn Swan was awesome, man, when he
Lynn
played. It was
Swan-
a different game back then.
No, his cohort was better than him.
Have you seen his catches?
Yes, I have. One of the few memories I have of being younger than 4 of Lynn Swan. And no, he does. No.
You need to go back and watch
Yeah.
that training film, man, because
Hey, well, Lynn Swan don't have the numbers, but
Okay,
he
y'all
was
said first ballot Hall of Fame.
first
Now I
ballot.
said
First ballot.
no.
First
No.
ballot. That's the key
No.
thing. Is he a first ballot Hall of Fame?
No.
don't let them
And
win
keep
a
in
Super
mind,
Bowl.
there's only
Hey,
been 7 of them in history.
7.
hey, don't let the
7.
Eagles win a Super Bowl and he does something with them.
Oh my God, he's cooked, man. Leave that shit alone. He's cooked.
Hey, he
Now-
doesn't have to win the Super Bowl, but if he's serviceable on that team and they win, he's now
Number one, Eagles ain't winning no Super Bowl.
okay.
And number 2, Julio is washed up.
Julio is cooked, bro.
Julio's
And you
cooked.
know what?
He was cooked when he left Atlanta.
Hey, hold on.
Steve Largent. That man, that ain't nothing but subjectivity there.
You don't think Steve Largent has the numbers, John?
Not for first ballot Hall of Famer, no.
I would say this, John. Steve Largent numbers were the best during his era. That's what makes him stand out.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That is one of the most boring great players I ever known.
John, he has a 100. Let me say this: he has 100 touchdowns all time, which is almost double than what Julio has.
Who was his quarterback in time?
Okay, well, see, I already said Julio not first ballot Hall of Fame.
Hey, and also
Steve Largent got double Julio's touchdowns in a less point era.
In a less passing era.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. In a less passing era, we can't disrespect Steve Largent like that, man. Like,
right.
Well, no, I'm just saying, because see, the thing about
you can't do that.
Let me see. That was Chuck Knox. Chuck Knox was the head coach.
It's just like John Stockton. We can't. You can't, guys.
What about John Stockton?
John Stockton got the most. I mean, assists, man. People.
Oh, you mean he gets disrespected?
Yeah, he's disrespected in the history of basketball. Yes.
I didn't know.
Well, you can kind of see that he was only assisted. Most of his assists was to one person.
But that makes
we don't have to bring him up.
That makes it even better. Think about this. Magic had how many people with him? And I'm not saying that he's better than Magic. What I'm saying is Magic had a squad. Think about somebody else who's top. Like, I would say Chris Jackson, you know what I'm saying, being up there and playing for multiple teams, I think his feat is better. You know what I'm saying? His feat, him being up there in the top 5 is great.
Who you talking about, Magic?
No. I'm talking about Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson.
Okay.
Mark Jackson being up there, playing on good teams, playing with Reggie Miller, but to get it all with one person, man. I mean, think about it. It was Karl Malone and who else? Jeff Hornacek, Brian Russell.
Wait. Them guys are good, man.
Hornacek wasn't there. Hornacek was with Phoenix.
Ostertag. No, Hornacek was there for a minute.
When?
Jeff Hornacek started
He was there for a minute.
Hornacek started with Utah, went to Philly, and then went to Phoenix. That's the trajectory.
Okay.
He was on that team that lost to Michael Jordan.
Yep, he sure was.
Hornacek was on that team?
Yes.
Yeah. He guarded Michael Jordan a lot this series.
Yeah, John
I thought
Horsehead.
that was Byron Russell that got him.
Byron Russell guarded them on the second and third.
The second season.
Yeah, when Utah was the best team and they had to go and win there. So
well, to be honest, neither one of it worked.
Like I just look at it like kind of like that, you know what I'm saying? Like we look at Steve Argent, it's just like he was just he got voted in like he's white. Nah, dude was good, man.
Steve Argent good.
Yeah, especially for that era to have 100 touchdowns, guys. You can't sneeze at that.
Yeah, same for Lynn scoring, same for
Seattle for back in the day.
Yeah,
same for Lynn and same for Michael Irvin. They didn't have great numbers, but they deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they got them rings.
Irvin.
The thing with
Michael had 11,000 yards.
The thing with Julio is, if you'd have asked me this question right after he left the Falcons, I would have said no question. But I think Julio is really hurting his chances of being the first ballot at this point.
How?
Because he's continuing to play when he's washed up, and they're going to look at that. He's messing up all his averages.
Yeah,
Julio is only averaging 5 touchdowns per year at this point. They're going to look at that.
Yep. He's not.
But they shouldn't, though. They shouldn't.
They should
look at his overall body of work.
No,
they should. That's his overall body of
work, man. You can't
so
just
say it's quality versus quantity.
Yeah, but you can't say I'm going to take this camera shot of his career.
He's chasing a ring, though, right now. He's chasing a ring. You know that.
Yeah, we know that, but
we know that. And that's why we're saying that he needs to stop. He's hurting his career. He's hurting his average. He's hurting his numbers when you put up against Antonio Brown.
Right.
Contemporaries in his era.
Right. And not only that, we've already established the fact there's only been, of all the years of football, there's only been 7 first ballot. And Julio, as great as he was in Atlanta, he didn't score a lot of touchdowns.
Nope.
So you look at a guy like Megatron, who had 83 touchdowns in 9 years. You're looking at Julio, he only got 63 in 13 years.
That was Matty Ice's fault. He should have went to a lot.
We ain't gonna do that though. We ain't gonna do that.
See,
no, we can't. No, see the reason I
always talking about subjective.
Right.
Yeah.
The reason I don't want to do that is because we're gonna get off into a Matt Ryan conversation and not a Julio conversation.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
look. See, that's the thing. You remember a question that was asked in this group, possibly in Waffle House. Do quarterbacks make wide receivers, or do wide receivers make quarterbacks? You remember that discussion?
I remember that.
I tried to tell everybody that it is a symbiotic relationship. They feed off of each other. They feed off of each other.
Well, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. Since Julio has left Matt Ryan, how many touchdowns has he got?
Who that whistling as though that's a point?
I'm just asking. How many touchdowns has he got since he left Matt Ryan?
I don't know. And he has far less. He has far less than what he had with Matt Ryan because, number one, Julio was not a featured receiver when he left here because we ground all the grits out of him while he was here. He don't have no grits left. Just like other wide receivers, other running backs, or whatever. And they did not go to places where they had them featured or the quality of quarterback that he had here. Because, see, even though Matt Ryan had his faults, he was still a good quarterback. I got to say he was a good quarterback. All right. But thing is that when they traded these people, they didn't trade them to places where they could succeed. You know, even going to Tampa Bay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Julio chose where he wanted to go after he left the Falcons.
Yeah,
okay.
He chose that.
Yeah, and
he chose Tennessee.
Okay. He chose Tennessee. Now, did he go to a quarterback or to a system in Tennessee that was going to give him the type of success he had here?
But
He
see,
went to Arthur Smith.
But see, this is why.
Arthur,
This is why we are having this conversation. Because
and Arthur Smith.
Because when you go before the committee, they're not going to care about, well, who's your quarterback? What did you do?
Oh, yes, they are.
What did you do? No, John. They're not going to sit there and say, who's your quarterback? No, they're not, John. They're going to look. They are going to look at your body of work. What did you do in the NFL?
And
what did you do when you was there?
Tidy.
Hold on, John. Let me say this. This, and then I'll give you the mic.
Okay.
Now, we tend to want to put everything on Matt Ryan. I get it. I understand it. I get it. But let's say this about Julio Jones. There was never a point in Julio Jones's history, and I love Julio Jones, one of my favorite Falcons of all time. But there was never a point in NFL history or even his college career where Julio Jones put up an abundance of touchdowns. So we cannot blame everything on number 2, is what I want to say. Julio Jones, in 3 years in Alabama, he only had 15 touchdowns, and he started all 3 years. So at some point, we got to put some of this on Julio too.
Wait. Just to add content to that, Bama was a running team at that time.
See, there we go again.
But see, Tidy, these discussions that we are having right now to qualify and quantify stats, they have those same discussions in that Hall of Fame voting. What type of system were you in? What were you doing? Were they featuring you? Were you the most prominent person there? And I by no means am saying that Julio did not do certain things to himself. Okay, that he, dropping passes in crucial games, things of that sort. Yes, Julio did that. But in addition to that, the quarterback has some measure of responsibility for the wide receiver success, because number one, he's the one throwing him the ball. You can't get up. I mean, the symbiosis between those two cannot be minimized or thrown to the side. Can't be.
Okay. Question, John. Question. Can we all agree? I think we all going to agree on this question. Is Tom Brady a top 3 quarterback of all time?
He's the top quarterback of all time.
Yes or no?
Yes. He's number
yes. 1. Okay. The reason I asked that question, how many touchdowns did Julio have when he played with Tom Brady?
Didn't have many.
2.
But Julio was not Julio.
He wasn't the number 1
receiver. What would Julio have if he started his career with Tom Brady in Tom Brady's prime? That's the question. And I know we will never know that because nobody can predict the future or the past. Well, you can predict the past, but you cannot predict hypotheticals. And
we can ask the question.
I know.
If Julio Jones and Tom Brady had come up together, would his career have been better than him and Matt Ryan coming up together?
I tell you what, you've been targeted more than 4 times in the Super Bowl.
Julio Jones was only 33 years old when he played with Tom Brady. I mean, Terrell Owens was getting 10, 12 touchdowns a year at that age.
Well,
Julio's not
from another
quarterback. T.O. put in the work, man.
And the same question with T.O. If T.O. has come here, would he have the same career under the quarterback and system that Julio had?
Terrell Owens would have got more touchdowns than Julio did. Yes.
Right. Matt Ryan can get some numbers for the season. There ain't no doubt.
Let me ask y'all this. Why is it that Roddy could be a more proficient wide receiver when it's came to scoring touchdowns and Julio couldn't?
Route running.
He didn't get targeted. Hey,
No, route
Because
See,
Julio.
this is the elephant in the room that we don't want to admit. Julio Jones was not great in tight spaces.
He was a horrible route
No,
runner.
and he wasn't designed to be. He was the go getter.
Right.
He was the go getter.
Right.
But they didn't give him nothing to go get.
He
he didn't get
what
nothing to go get.
About
because hey John, he went from a go getter to a punt returner.
Yeah, he's signaling for the fat catch.
Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
Anxiety. You said that Julio had only 15 touchdowns at Alabama, right, in his college career, right?
That's correct.
What Calvin Johnson had, because he had Paul Johnson, who ran the whistle.
Hold on, let me Google that. Let me Google that.
He probably had 5. Maybe
who
2.
was the quarterback, Larry?
Reggie turned the ball over ball.
Hey, wait.
Who was the quarterback, Larry?
It wasn't.
It
It doesn't matter who's the quarterback. Georgia Tech ran like some high school wing T offense when Megatron.
Calvin had 28. Double what Julio had. Calvin had 28. Double what Julio had.
28.
And he played for he played for a college that ran a wishbone.
Wishbone, that's what they ran.
So wait a minute. So the wishbone, they didn't throw out of the wishbone.
I guess they did if he had 28 touchdowns.
And even in Paul Johnson whack offense, he still had more than
then on top of that, I will bet you cash money, $50 that quarterback. Who was the quarterback?
Reggie Ball.
No. Georgia Tech.
Reggie Ball.
Hey,
I'm out of breaking up.
Man, we get a bad signal.
Who?
Oh my bad.
I can quarterback, Larry.
I couldn't hear that. Y'all saying Reggie Ball?
I think
Reggie Ball.
Okay.
Well, said it about 100 times. I think y'all just like pronouncing his name.
I couldn't hear it because it was going in and out of my ear. It probably, they was doggone hyperventilating.
Georgia Tech
man.
3 straight years. The only time Georgia Tech has ever beaten us 3 straight years was with Megatron.
Who was us?
Georgia.
That's why I respect Megatron.
Hey, Larry, who was us?
Georgia.
The Georgia Bulldogs, man.
Oh, okay. You Georgia Bulldog fan?
Georgia Tech beat us 3 straight years with Megatron.
Hey, roll tide, man.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Y'all, he knew. Give him a break. He knew. Give him a break.
It's all right.
Did y'all lose the drunk start? DA start?
He knew. Hey, let's stay on track. Let's keep it on Julio in first ballot Hall of Fame. Let's stay where we at.
Hey,
world today, boy.
Julio on track. Hold on. What'd you say, Steven?
What receiver then, since we're questioning whether or not Julio is there a receiver who will be eligible for the Hall of Fame? I would say within 2 years on either side of Julio Jones, who you would say is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
You forgetting his rival, Steve.
AB.
They're not going to put AB in. It's political. On first ballot,
I think AB going in.
On first ballot. The guy who quit on national
TV.
TV.
Never been in the Hall of Fame, let alone first ballot.
AB killed.
I'm about to go to sleep, guys. I woke up my son, so I'm going to go to sleep. Appreciate y'all having me.
All right, Larry.
All
right, Larry.
Take care, brother.
All right, Larry.
Hey, all you guys from Georgia?
Yep.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Yeah.
All of us.
Yeah.
Me and John, ATL, and Tidy.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in Montgomery.
Okay, yeah, everybody from Atlanta then.
I'm in Montgomery.
Yeah, we figured that. You about to throw your hat up in the air?
Hold on. Hey, I went to school with the dude with the chair for real.
Oh my God.
And he was a wild dude in high school, so I didn't expect nothing different from him.
Oh man, that's it. It's a small world, man.
In that circumstance, man, what you supposed to do? Man, come on.
Yeah.
Now.
Right.
What you supposed to do?
That's the Alabama signal right there.
Yeah.
All
right, y'all, get back on topic. Steven said who he gonna go against, and that would be AB. So Steven, you say you don't think AB gonna make the Hall of Fame?
I think AB. No, I don't think he's first ballot. I think that AB has done some things off the field and on the field, quitting on national TV. In a lot of people's eyes, that are going to keep him out of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's going to rub them voters the wrong way. Yeah, that's going to rub them the wrong way.
I give it 3, 4, 5.
And hey, Steven, this the killer part right here. He did it with the Golden Boy on the sideline. Right. You don't show up the Golden Boy like that. I'm Tom Brady, boy. You don't quit on me, and that's gonna keep him out of the Hall of Fame.
So y'all don't think AB going in the Hall?
He might not go in because of that, right?
No, he's going.
Man.
No, I'm telling y'all, Antonio, he may not. They may do him like T.O. He probably won't go first ballot, but he's going in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he
will. They'll do him like Chris Carter. They may make him wait 6-7 years.
Yeah, they're gonna Chris Carter him, no doubt.
Who else is there?
Well, and then again, you know what? Antonio Brown hasn't been right since Burfict hit him. And some people may attribute CTE or something to his career because of that, because he has not been right since that hit.
Yeah, he hasn't. But see, this is the thing with Antonio Brown. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, and a Super Bowl champ. They can't keep him out. He probably won't go first team like they did Terrell Owens, but he's going to the Hall of Fame. They can't keep him out.
How many years they're gonna keep him out, Tiger?
It'll probably be the same amount as T.O., 2 or 3 years.
No, I think they go 6.
Who else is there besides Julio as a receiver? 2 years on either side. Who could be first round?
Beside AB?
I don't really see anybody, because if we just looking at how the history of how they put receivers in, again, there's only been 7 first ballots ever. And that's why I asked the question about Julio. As much as I love Julio, I think he really hurt his chances after he left Atlanta. I mean, I don't see the numbers there for him to be first ballot if they don't put Terrell Owens in. I don't see them saying, well, even though T.O. had 3 times the amount of touchdowns as you were such a better guy off the field, we'll put you in first ballot. I don't know if Julio gonna do it.
If Matt,
we know T.O. first ballot.
If Julio really had no issues with nobody though.
Well, this in my estimation, there was no place that Julio could go that would give him any good stats to pad on to his Atlanta career. There was no place he could go. Tennessee, like you all said, he chose that place and he chose this place and all this type of stuff. And see, as we are seeing now, it was the Derrick Henry show up there in Tennessee. It was the Derrick Henry. All right. And matter of fact, I'm hearing up there in Tennessee, they want Arthur Smith back because they said Charles London ain't doing nothing up there.
Boy,
actually Tennessee trying to ship to Henry. Hey, do this, Ty. Pull up Torrey Hope stats and Julio stats and compare them.
Why you gonna do that? Why you gonna do that?
Because Torrey Hope's he's not in the Hall of Fame, man. He deserved to be. So
he'll get in there eventually. I hope he wearing the glove when he get in there.
Yeah, so if Torrey Holt is not in that first ballot, Julio definitely not going in that first ballot.
Yeah, that greatest show on turf, man.
Megatron got in that first ballot.
Who?
Megatron.
Man.
But the thing about Tron is, though, he only played 9 years, but he had almost 100 touchdowns.
Yeah. Yeah, Tron, man, Megatron 6'5",
Cause see, man,
4'4", and the
Tron,
work the
Megatron
body
kind of
work he
like
did.
Megatron, like kind of like Barry Sanders. He left
Yeah,
a great taste in everybody's mouth. You know, when he
right,
left
right.
at the prime of his career.
Prime of his career.
yeah, and thing is, man, Matthew Stafford, shoot.
Terrible. He was terrible.
Say what?
He was terrible.
No, not with Megatron. How you think Megatron got all them touchdowns?
I mean, come on, man. That's Megatron. He's 6'5". He run a 4'4". I can throw the ball to that guy and have Stafford numbers.
Nope.
Yeah. Come on,
Nope.
man. You
And
got
see,
a guy like that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something else too. So why did they swap quarterbacks and Stafford won the Super Bowl? Why did they and the Rams swap quarterbacks?
Hey, the Rams had a defense that year, man.
They had to score some points too now.
Yeah, but come on, a quarterback that managed the game, that's like Trent Dilfer managing Baltimore.
Wait a minute. Matthew Stafford managed the game.
Yeah, he wasn't no great quarterback.
Come on, man. No.
He wasn't no type of. Think about this. He wasn't no quarterback to where he put the game on his shoulders and he's gonna win the game for us like a Brady, Manning, those type guys. No, he's a Trent Dilfer at best to manage your game. Don't throw no picks, play action pass, run the ball, and have a great defense. That's what the Rams were.
I would say Trent Dilfer.
He's Trent Dilfer.
So wait a minute. You had okay. So what was Goff? What was Goff?
He was another Trent Dilfer, another Alex Smith.
So you replaced Trent Dilfer with Trent Dilfer?
Huh?
You said Goff and Stafford are Trent Dilfer. Ain't that what you just said?
Yeah.
So how you gonna replace Trent Dilfer with Trent Dilfer?
No, what I'm saying is Trent Dilfer, Matthew Stafford, Goff. All these guys are in the same category.
So why would they replace Goff then? If him and Matthew Stafford are the same?
Goff, their defense wasn't that great when Goff was there. They added a couple of guys on the defense that complemented them to be a better defense than Stafford. And Stafford also was a little better game manager than Goff.
I think Stafford would throw
that pick. No, man. Goff would throw that pick. Goff would throw that pick when he shouldn't throw that pick. To where Stafford, he'll manage the game a little better than that.
Quincy, just say Matthew Stafford is a better quarterback overall.
Nah, man, they're the same. When I say they're the same, that means they're the same type of quarterback you will build your offense around as a game manager and then build a defense. That's what I'm saying.
Well, right now, Goff is proven to be more than a game manager with Detroit right now. So even he is proving you wrong.
Detroit defense is great, man. What do you mean? Detroit defense is awesome.
I don't know about great now, but they're pretty solid.
I mean, they're pretty good. That's what I'm saying. That's what makes him shine.
But you still need a quarterback to make some plays.
Same goes for Cleveland quarterback. Whoever backing Watson up, they just beat 49ers this week.
It's Cleveland 5-1.
How is a man a game manager when he threw for 4,600 yards in the Super Bowl year?
Who did that?
John, that's
Matthew Stafford.
Hey, look, he had Cooper
41
Kupp.
touchdowns. 41 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Hold up. 41 touchdowns. 41 touchdowns.
How many picks?
18.
You looking it up? 18 picks. That's a little high. Go ahead.
41 touchdowns. They rushed for only. They rushed for 1,683 yards.
1,600 yards. Who's the running back?
420 attempts for 1,600 yards. That running back with now I'm gonna see whether it's the same running back that did all that.
Is that Gurley?
Remember, Gurley can play in the Super Bowl now.
Oh, he didn't play. So who are
Nah,
those guys versus
he didn't
1,600
play in the
yards?
second one. He didn't play in the one with Stafford. He played in that first one.
He didn't play the one with Stafford. That's the one they won. That's the one I'm looking at.
You said he had 1,600 yards.
I think it was Cam Akers.
He had Sony Michel.
Sony Michel.
Hey,
okay.
Sony Michel only had 845 yards. Darrell Henderson had 688 yards.
Hey, Henderson was a nice compliment to that offense. I remember that guy. He's from Memphis, and and they had Odell for most of that season as well. That came over to help that offense, and the defense always been stout. They had what's the D-line guy? Donald.
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. Right. The guy was playing lights out.
But look,
he was getting pressure on the quarterback, and they had Ramsey and all those guys that was good.
But you cannot call a quarterback who threw 41 touchdowns with 4,600 yards passing a game manager.
That's a game manager.
How that's a game manager?
Let me tell you why.
No.
Because hold on,
man.
Let me tell you, game managers, quarterback. You got to look at the type of guys these are. Go look at the numbers of a guy like Trent Difford, a guy like Alex Smith, a guy like Drew Bledsoe, and a guy like Matt
Bledsoe. There's not no game manager, man.
Drew Bledsoe
was not a game manager, man.
Okay, but see, look, all right. Now, was Matt Ryan a game manager?
These are game managers, quarterbacks. These are guys.
Ryan was not no game manager.
Hold on. Do you guys understand what a game manager is?
Yeah.
What was a game manager?
No. I need your definition.
My definition of a game manager is a guy that's you're gonna have a solid running game. He's gonna do the play action pass. He's not gonna turn the ball over. That's a game manager.
Well, Matt Ryan,
he's gonna make.
Matt Ryan was not that because we didn't have a running game. We didn't have a running game for a long time.
He's gonna make the right dink and dunk.
How is Matthew Stafford a game manager when he threw 18 interceptions, according to you, Quincy?
Yeah, 41 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. Okay.
The reason he can
yards passing. Come on, man. No.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you why.
No.
I'm going to tell you why, guys.
I got to disagree with that. No.
I'm going to tell you why, guys. Because here's the thing. He can get away with that because his defense was much better.
Get away with
a guy that's throwing 18 interceptions with his defense is terrible. Like you're gonna lose a lot of games.
Listen, Quincy. They had the same defensive players the year before Stafford got there. Okay, they got Stafford primarily. They got Stafford on that team to win the big game. They were a quarterback away. Just like right now, my Falcons are a quarterback away, and they got Stafford to get them over the hump. Well, God could not get them over the hump.
That's not true because.
Oh my God!
Because the year golf played, they brought Ramsey over from Jacksonville.
Right.
So when Matthew Stafford got there, they had a better secondary. So they already had Donald put pressure. They had Donald put pressure on the quarterback.
Okay.
Hold on.
The defense got a lot better.
Hold on. Now you talking about defenses. We talking about quarterbacks. We're talking about quarterbacks being game managers.
Right.
Okay.
So
now,
how
is a quarterback a game manager when I'm looking at Trent Dilfer's total career? Trent Dilfer threw for only 20,518 yards. Matt Stafford threw Matt Stafford threw for 53,000 yards, man.
Wait. Because Trent Dilfer was not a primary starter his whole career.
But you said game manager.
Game manager. That's when I say game manager, meaning when you look at quarterback, okay, what type of quarterback Mike Vick was? He was a dual threat. What type of quarterback Tom Brady was? Pocket passer. So you have these games.
Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford was a pocket passer.
No, he wasn't a pocket passer. No, wait. So the meaning when you say pocket passer quarterback, that means you can put your whole offense around this guy. Pocket passers are Tom Brady, John Elway, Dan Marino, Steve Young. These are pocket passer guys.
Now Steve Young ain't no pocket passer either now, because Steve Young ran.
Steve Young ran in the history of the NFL.
Steve Young ran. And see,
Steve Young.
How? Okay. Matt Stafford was in the pocket. Matt Stafford never ran. He threw for 53,000 yards out of the pocket or out of the shotgun. 41 touchdowns in that Super Bowl year. Okay.
Wait, whoa. Back up. He did not throw for no 53,000 yards. What did he throw for during the Super Bowl season?
Who? 4,600 yards.
4,600 yards. So, okay, that's roughly a little bit below 300 a game.
So how was a man a game manager for throwing over 200 yards a game?
How many picks?
How is he a game manager?
How many picks? That's the game. His pro style. Okay, wait a second, guy. Hold on. Wait, let's get something established here. Just because he had one good season doesn't define what type of quarterback he is.
No, no. You said that in the Super Bowl year, he was a game manager.
No, what I'm saying is No, I'm not changing it. What I'm saying is the type of quarterback he is, is a game managing quarterback. He's no different from Alex Smith. He's no different.
How's he no different from Alex Smith? Because he got a ring. This man got a ring.
Hey, let me ask you.
He had a great defense.
And
go look at Alex Smith. Go look at Alex Smith numbers.
Let Steve go. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm gonna hop off soon, but I needed to share something. We were talking about first ballot Hall of Famers, and just to be clear, in 2022 there were no first round Hall of Famers. First ballot Hall of Famers. In 2023 there were two, and one was Darrelle Revis, and the other was Joe Thomas. Now, do we agree that both Joe Thomas and Darrelle Revis are first ballot Hall of Famers?
I don't agree with that.
Oh my God.
I would say Darrelle definitely. I don't know a lot about Joe. I know he played for the Cleveland Browns.
I don't like Darrelle being the first ballot.
What? You don't like Darrelle being a
But
no, and guys, I played sports. I was a defensive back, played Reeves' position.
Quarterback and maybe
I just seen guys that's a lot better than Reeves. And like if you guys want to go the longevity thing, Reeves was only good at the Jets maybe 2 years. After that, he was getting burnt left and right. Hell,
okay, what about Joe Thomas? He's a lineman.
Joe Thomas. We'll have to see how many sacks he gave up.
Joe Thomas is like a 6-time All-Pro. He deserve it. Darrelle Revis is like a 4 or 5-time All-Pro. He deserve it.
So wait a minute now.
Not first battle. Hold on. When Mike Vick 4-time All-Pro?
No, Mike Vick never was All-Pro.
All-Pro, man. That's what we've been telling you.
Huh?
He ain't no All-Pro.
Who?
Mike Vick is not an All-Pro.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas.
Oh, yeah. Joe Thomas is multiple time All-Pro. One of the best offensive linemen at his position, never missed a game. Iron Man throughout an 11-year career. 3-time solid left tackle.
Who was he protecting?
Only thing he is, he had no quarterback.
Who was he protecting?
Ooh, a lot of guys in Cleveland.
Okay.
About Tyler.
Yeah,
So what I'm
I'm
getting at,
still
this is
trying
a
to
little
figure out.
twist, even though
I'm still just. Oh, excuse
even
me.
though there's a storied history with the Browns, they're pretty much a sorry franchise. But it
But
appears
like
that
you
they get a
said,
little bit more love than we get. And I'm not taking anything away from Joe Thomas, but I will say that I am biased towards impact players. And I'm not saying linemen are not impact players, but if you're talking about people who can actually put points on the board, not be indirectly responsible for putting points on the board by protecting the quarterback, exactly, how does that define you as a first time or first ballot Hall of Fame? And I don't know a whole lot about Joe Thomas. I'm just going to be very clear. But when I look at the position he played and I look at the team he played for, it's like, well, damn, did they even make the playoffs while he was there?
no, they did. Never. They
Who
never
was
made
But
plays.
but see,
so
linemen.
nobody
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Who did Joe play for?
the
Cleveland.
Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns. Yes, he was. Yeah, he did. Number
Okay,
17.
well, see, this is the thing about linemen. Someone other than they don't stand out. Normally, the only time you call a lineman's name is that's the person who gave up the sack.
Right.
That's the one who got ran over. That's the one, that's when you hear a lineman's name. Okay. And the thing is, linemen have started to get love because your analysts were linemen. Some of your
Yes,
analysts were
that's where
linemen.
I'm going.
Yeah. And they are giving those people love now. And if they keep
Now,
continuing
how
to
are we
call
to
them
know that,
name and
Steven?
highlighting them, they become prominent in voters' eyes because of that. But ordinarily, because that's why I was asking the question about Claude Humphrey. Because Pro Bowl selections, MVP selections, things of that sort, you have to have somebody that's going to really look deep and create these metrics that you have now, such as time to throw, win rate against the pass rush, all of those types of things. See, those metrics long time ago didn't even exist. It was eye test only. It was all eye test. Yeah, he looked like he's not getting beat. He's holding his man up. He's doing this. Those types of things were how you judge those offensive linemen or whatever. But see, now you have people for fantasy leagues and betting purposes that are breaking those stats down and creating even new stats. Every year, you got another stat coming up. The quarterback rating, all of that type of stuff. All of these things are coming up, and people are taking note of those things. So, Joe Thomas, I had never heard of the dude.
Right, but it's
Myself,
an influence.
I never heard of.
His impact on the game.
Nominated him and put him in the Hall of Fame. So he's a Hall of Famer. And so
no, he's not a Hall of Famer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Okay,
but he really deserves it though, y'all. Joe Thomas was a dog, man.
He was a dog. Yeah, he was a dog.
But what does that
I have
mean?
to take y'all word for it, because
is the position?
Joe Thomas was one of the best offensive linemen in his time for a good long time. He was. I just say this. He was kind of like a current era Anthony Munoz.
Okay, and so
well, let me ask you this: was he in Cleveland after Modell moved out or before?
I don't know that. I need to
look. Before.
He played recently.
Who are you talking about?
He talking about Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas played in he just retired in 17,
Joe
18.
Thomas was after Modell. Joe Thomas was doing it. Didn't have Modell.
He a current player.
All right.
He's first round. I mean, first ballot.
Oh yeah,
first ballot.
You're right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
John. Joe Thomas came out the same draft that Brady Quinn was in.
Okay.
Hey, Joe. Hey, somebody look up, see how many sacks Joe gave up, because he played again. He was backside, left tackle, right hand quarterbacks. So he played behind. He blocked whatever their best defense ends are. So let's see how many sacks he gave up over his career. But the guy was top notch. I mean, even run blocking. run blocking and pass blocking, he was top notch.
I got you.
Well,
But what I'm saying
I know
is,
he had some good runners when he was there. He probably was on the same team that got Peyton Hillis 1,000-yard runner.
I'll say
maybe,
this.
Exactly.
maybe
I'll
And
say
we
this.
know Peyton was terrible.
He as an offensive lineman, he made the NFL top 100, which is voted by the players for 6 times. He made it 6 different times.
all
a
I'm
lineman.
saying is this. All I'm saying is this. You can, and I'm not assigning this description to Joe Thomas because I haven't watched him play, but you can sneak in, I think, if you're playing a position that's important, but is not as analyzed. And I don't mean by the statisticians or the people who are gambling. I mean by the people who are watching the game consistently. Meaning that if you have a receiver, if you have a running back, when I think about people like Torrey Holt, who's not even in the Hall of Fame, did he impact the game more than first ballot Hall of Famer Joe Thomas? And it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about how political or how subjective or who's making the decision. He may have been the best lineman. Okay. Just like if I'm the guy that holds the tee or holds the ball and the guy's kicking the field goal, that's important. Maybe in my whole career of holding, all of those field goals are made. There's an assessment of how important my role was compared to the running back who ran the touchdown. And so that's the point I'm getting at. That's all I'm saying. When I see there are no first ballot Hall of Famers in 22, and then there are only 2 in 23, and I see Darrelle Revis, and then I see Joe Thomas, and I look and I see what his role is, and then I see the team he played for, it just makes me pause for a moment. That's all I'm saying.
It is, right. Revis was only good, in my opinion, for 2 seasons. He went down to
Revis. I think.
Oh my God! It's determined to show tonight. Y'all got plenty of laughs with some of these comments tonight.
Yeah. I think Revis deserved it, but Joe Thomas, compared to other players, first ballot, maybe.
I mean, he was a lineman, Steven, and he was a dominant lineman at his left tackle position for at least for almost a decade, probably a decade.
I'll say it like this to make it easy to resonate. He was kind of like Chris Lindstrom for Cleveland, but he was very consistent at that level. We all know how great Chris Lindstrom is.
We speaking of Joe Thomas?
Right.
Yeah.
But
if Chris Lindstrom go to the Hall of Fame first ballot, would you question it?
No, because I'm a Falcons fan.
Okay.
That's biased.
He's a little biased.
If Chris Lindstrom goes to the Hall of Fame,
we got to get back to this Matthew Stafford conversation.
Let's go. Let's go, Joe.
I'm looking at Tom Brady's numbers, and Tom Brady was averaging between 2,800. Now he had 2 years where he had 4,800 yards passing, 5,200 yards passing, 5,300 yards passing, but everything else was 4,600 and below. Now, was Tom Brady a game manager?
Yes, his first.
It depends on what part of his career.
That's what I alluded to earlier.
Winning Super Bowl.
Oh, wait. That's what I alluded to earlier.
The man
because
went to Super Bowl 7 doggone times. Now.
Wait, yeah, because we have to take this in context. The first 5 seasons, the first or whatever 2 Super Bowls New England had, they had a great defense. They had a great running game to go along with Tom Brady managing the game. After that,
no. How is Tom Brady managing the game? Because see, your definition of managing the game,
yes,
is what
you don't have so many definitions, John.
Yeah, I want to hear it again. Now, what's your definition of managing the game?
My definition of managing the game, to take this in context, I play sports, right? At the collegiate level, at a high level.
Okay.
Now, a game. I'm gonna give you guys perspective on what a game managing quarterback is. A game managing quarterback is a guy who's going to come in there. you're going to have a good running game, and you got to do a good play action pass. He's not going to turn the ball over. That's a game managing quarterback.
I swear this is
That
verbatim,
you
boy.
just described the whole National Football League.
No, because right now you're going to tell me a lot of guys that are going to throw the ball, they're not going to throw picks. And you're going to tell me right now everybody has a great running game? No. So
No,
these guys,
I'm not limiting it to this to 1 year. I'm talking about you just described the entire National Football League ever since 1960.
no, that's not right. Because
yes, you did.
No,
yes,
I did not. Because so you're going to tell me Tom Brady wasn't a game managing quarterback his first 5 seasons at New Orleans? New England.
I'm not. Well, he wasn't at New Orleans first of all.
I said New England. My bad.
No, but I'm not limiting it to his first 5 years. I'm talking about his career.
His career, he changed. Tom Brady became better. He became a quarterback to where you can put the game on his shoulders. He's the guy. He's the Elway. He's the Marino. He's the guys where you're gonna say, okay, I need you to go 98 yards to win this game for me. He became that guy. Ask Tom Brady to do that season 3, season 4.
However, just because you win or lose does not determine whether you are a game manager or not.
What I'm saying is,
hold on. You went to great lengths to say that it's a person who you can put the game in their hands and they will not turn the ball over.
That's an elite quarterback.
No.
You said that's a game manager.
No.
Another descriptor in there.
I'm not
defining what a game manager is.
Okay, what a game manager is.
Moving more than a damn bit.
All right, let me ask you this question. Like in today's NFL, who would you say is not a game manager in 2020?
Who's not a game manager? Of course, Mahomes is not a game manager. Aaron Rodgers is not a game manager. Any quarterback that you can put the whole game on his shoulders and he can just sit and throw the ball the whole entire game. That's a game. That's a elite quarterback. A game manager quarterback. This is what you guys got to take into context. A game manager quarterback is a guy that's going to have a good running game. He's going to work off play action pass, and he's going to have a good defense to complement his skills. That's a game manager.
The defense don't have nothing to do.
Yes, it does. It has a lot to do with it.
No,
yes, it does. You cannot have a good game manager quarterback.
Hold up. The defense is on the other side of the ball. Regardless of what that defense does,
it does.
Hold up. The defense, the only thing the defense does is possibly get the ball back for the quarterback to start back operating. Okay?
No.
That's
because
it. As far as
that's not true. No, that's not true because with game managing quarterbacks, the whole goal is to establish the run, move the chains, and play good defense behind the moving the chains once you score a touchdown.
Well, how the quarterback does decide if he's playing good defense? What they got to do with him?
He's not turning the ball over. That's what he got to do with him. Hold on. Because when you play football, your whole offense evolves around your quarterback. He's the guy. If you don't have a good quarterback, it doesn't matter how good your receivers are. It doesn't matter how good your running back, your offensive line is. It doesn't matter how good your running back is. He's the guy.
You said defense, Quinn.
Right. Because they got to stop this other team from scoring. How you think Baltimore?
Hold up.
Let's go. Hold on. Let's look at all the Super Bowl winners for the last 5 years.
Hold on.
Let's look at
NFL history, sir. NFL.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about NFL
you just
players.
limited it to 5 years.
Okay, well, let's go further back.
Let's go.
You got to have a good quarterback.
Super Bowl era. Super Bowl
you
era.
have to have a good quarterback to even make it to the Super Bowl, right? And now this is what an organization has to determine. Okay, if I'm going to build this defense to stop guys, or if I'm going to go out and get a Patrick Mahomes. And what you're going to find out with the Chiefs is they just gave Patrick Mahomes $230 million. They don't have a lot of money to go around. So this guy has to do the team. So they're going to give up a lot of points. And what is going to happen after that, after they give him a lot of points, he got to outscore the other team. But what Baltimore did with Trent Dilfer, they put all the money in the defense. Ray Lewis, Peter Boulware, Chris McAllister, Samari Rowe, Rod Woodson. The defense was stacked.
Look,
and then
they
paid
off.
And they paid off Jamal Lewis. Right? They had a good offensive line.
Dilfer really was a game manager.
And how many quarterbacks are like different? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
Matthew Stafford is no different from Trent Dilfer.
Yes, he is.
Alex Smith.
No, sir. No, sir. No,
look at the team. Look at the team.
Now, you equate Trent Dilfer with
Yes.
Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
And Matthew Stafford threw for twice the amount of yards and touchdowns. Matter of fact, Trent Dilfer, okay, what was that Super Bowl year?
2000.
2000. So the league was still.
Trent Dilfer. Don't try to make it excuses. Look up his stats.
In 2000, Trent Dilfer only threw for 12 touchdowns.
Right, I know it.
12 touchdowns. Hold up. 12 touchdowns. Hold up.
Hold on. I don't even think he was
1,502 yards. Now you don't tell me
wait.
Trent Dilfer and Matthew Stafford are game managers? They equate as game managers? Come on, man.
Go back and look. Trent Dilfer.
The stats are against you, sir. The stats are against you.
Trent Dilfer was not the original starting QB for the Baltimore Ravens that season.
Tony Banks started for a couple of games. Come on, let's not use that argument. Tony Banks.
Hey, no, but hey,
Tony Banks. Yeah, Tony Banks. I know. I remember.
He started more than 3 games, but.
No more than 5 is still.
And you guys.
Hold up. I don't care if that joke. Look. All right, let me.
Hold on. You going into the numbers? But what I'm going with this at is that the style of the quarterback is the same.
Stafford and Dilfer have 2 different styles.
Wait a minute.
They don't.
How is the style of the quarterback the same
when
this man is throwing for almost 4,700 yards, has 41 touchdowns in that Super Bowl?
He's still against
there is no way that the statistics
alone
are against you in this argument, because how can you throw for 4,000 yards and be a game manager? That's impossible. That's impossible. And then on top of that, your running back carried the ball for over 400 times just to get 1,600 yards.
Let me tell you how. Because I'm about to tell you how.
You can't win this one, Quincy.
I'm winning this one, man, because let me tell you exactly how. Have you ever heard of screen passes? Have you ever heard of that little wide receiver when they just straight dump the ball off to the wide receivers? That's what the offense adapted to after Trent Dilfer. They wasn't doing that back then when they throwing a little screen passes right around to the wide receiver or the running backs. They didn't do that back when Trent Dilfer played. What they did when Trent Dilfer played was play action pass. They had Jamal Lewis running for 2,000 yards that season, and then they did play action pass off it, and he'll dink and dunk it to either a tight end or Aquan Bolden going deep.
No,
he
he
did not run for
2,000
2,000. The
yards
running
that
backs,
season.
I read off to you both the running backs, Sony
I just
Michel
told you.
and somebody else. Sony
Jamal
Michel
Lewis
had
didn't run for 2,000
wait,
yards.
hold up. So Sony Michel had only 800 yards rushing. Okay, he only had 800 yards rushing.
I just told you what happened.
But
so the new running style, the new running game.
Hey.
Hold on.
This is the thing. You are talking about running. Okay.
That's what
we talking about quarterbacks.
We talk about quarterbacks. So if I'm a quarterback and I can't throw that well, and I'm a game manager, so you're gonna tell me
wait a minute.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So when I get the ball hiked and I immediately throw it out to a wide receiver screen, that's not a running game. That's the new running game right there. When you go look at Matthew Stafford's passing and immediately see him throw it.
All right, man, I'm sorry. Quincy, let me ask you a question. You do realize that the Rams had a prolific offense that Super Bowl year, and the Ravens did not have a prolific offense that the Super Bowl year different.
They didn't have you're right, but what the Ravens did have, they had an excellent defense. The same kind of defense.
They had a Hall of Fame defense, dude. That was one of the greatest defense of all time.
When we talking about the quarterback, because
we talk about the quarterback, right?
Look. Matthew Stafford threw for 4,600 yards and had.
I just told you how he did it.
Hold up. He had 41 touchdowns.
I just told you how he did it.
And he didn't get all those touchdowns throwing those screen passes. He did not.
John, I wasn't listening to that crap in the first place anyway.
Hey, everything with a game manager quarterback is about scheme. So if I can get the defense to shut down.
Every quarterback in every team is about scheme.
Some damn scheme. Maybe one quarterback for 40 touchdowns and some scheme. Name one. Besides,
I just told you guys on an elite quarterback. Hey, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Tom Brady
quarterbacks have thrown for 40 touchdowns, man. Come on.
I just told you a Tom Brady, a Peyton Manning, these type of guys that throwing for these type of passes during these seasons that they doing these career touchdown passes are doing it because of the scheme.
So what you're telling me is Trent Dilfer played today. He had 40 touchdowns is what you're saying. Is Trent Dilfer played today?
It's very possible, yes, because of how the scheme is set up.
No. Well, hey, I can't project on what somebody would do or wouldn't do or whatever. I'm talking about what is.
None of these offenses, that was not his game. Trent Dilfer would not make it in some of these offenses that's doing this today. I promise you, that was not his game.
Yes, he will, because he'll adapt.
And Stafford can win you a game. Stafford can win you a freaking game.
What year did they start the RPO offense?
That don't matter, man. No,
yes, it doesn't matter because.
And okay. What 3, 4
in the screen pass to the wide receiver era. They didn't do that back when Trent Dilfer was quarterback. You gonna pound the rock.
Trent Dilfer wouldn't have been doing none of that because his job was just to manage the game.
That's what I just told you. That type of
plays to win.
Hey, look, use your eye test, man.
Hold up. New England made a living off the screen pass now with Tom
Brady. Wait a second. Hey, so listen. So you gonna tell me that a quarterback that can throw for 300 yards down the field without screen passes is the same quarterback that can throw screen passes and have a bunch of yards?
I'm telling you, Stafford can do it all.
Stafford could do it all. And see, That's
He's
how
not.
Megatron got in the Hall of Fame, because Megatron was catching touchdowns when he was up
said
there.
Wait,
Jimbo-
come on, man.
You telling me Jimbo will get Megatron in the Hall of Fame?
How did Megatron get in the Hall of Fame?
Dude,
Get in the Hall of Fame?
When you have a dude like Megatron, 6'5", he runs sub 4.4. I mean, we can just lob the ball. I can throw that pass to him and he can catch it, man. You ain't gonna need no good quarterback.
Whether you can do it or not does not counteract the fact that Matt Stafford did it in game. Now, and see, the thing is, how is a game manager throwing for all of these touchdowns?
Because that's what they do.
No, it's not. Because we just pulled Trent Dilfer stats that you also called a game manager, and he has quote unquote game manager numbers. Okay,
he does.
Right. But
I mean, we have to look at Trent Dilfer.
Tom Brady has the same numbers or equivalent numbers to Matthew Stafford in many of his Super Bowl years. When he went to the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl, and lost the Super Bowl. And Tom Brady was not a game manager.
Tom Brady was a game manager at one point in his career. He became an elite quarterback. I want to say the Gronk season. Before Gronk, the Super Bowl.
So now, the same argument.
Hold on. Do you guys know who Corey Dillon is?
Cincinnati Bengals.
Do you know Corey Dillon?
Cincinnati Bengals.
Cincinnati Bengals. But did he play for New England?
Yeah, he did.
Did he rush for 1,600 yards when they won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he did.
So if he's rushing for 1,600 yards, that means Brady ain't doing a lot of passing.
What year was that?
Okay,
so I can look it up. Hold up.
Look it up. Just look it up. This is Tom Brady.
2005, 2006.
This is early Super Bowl runs. And his next Super Bowl run, he had a guy by the name of Kevin Falk. Brady was a game managing quarterback until he became an elite quarterback, and they surrounded him with receivers and tight ends. And he always had a great defense. Who
was these receivers and tight ends they surrounded him with?
Troy Brown.
I remember Gronk.
No, come on, man. You didn't. Aaron Hernandez was trash. Troy Brown was trash. Aaron Hernandez was trash.
In 2005,
you can say that, but he was a great player though. He was a great player on the field, man. He was Gronk before Gronk. Troy Brown was Randy Moss before Randy Moss.
Troy Brown was in the early years.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And Corey Dillon rushed for 60. He became that guy. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You moved the goalpost so much. It's ridiculous.
I ain't moving the goalpost. What I'm trying to tell you, Red, is the first part of Brady's career, he was a game manager. He evolved to an elite quarterback to where he was able to take the game on his shoulders only.
And I said after that, I said once he got to the elite quarterback, I said, who did he have? The only person
he had nobody. He made guys after that. He made receivers out. He made Gronk. He made Wesker, whatever his name, Wesker.
He made Randy Moss.
No, Moss was already a beast before he got there. He just complimented Brady's skill.
Those are the two guys I named, Moss and Gronk. I ain't talking about none of them other.
What Brady made Gronk. If you look at Gronk's skill set, he's not that athletic. He's just a tall white guy that can catch the ball, and Brady made him.
Well, if you put Gronk, he only played with Brady, so I mean, we'll never know.
If you put him with another guy, if you put him on another team, he sucks. He's another white guy that's not athletic. He's another white guy that can't run or none of that.
We'll never know, lad. We'll never know.
No, I know. We'll never know.
Let's go back to Matthew Stafford. Let's go back to Matthew Stafford, because Matthew Stafford made Megatron. He made Megatron.
No, man. Hell no.
Can he throw the ball and catch the ball himself?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
See,
man.
now we getting into the part of the conversation
See,
where folks just
I
saying
told you
anything.
you got to ignore some of Quincy Covers, John.
Hey,
Yeah, I know it.
the reason I say, let me tell you,
I already know.
let me tell you the reason I say that, because you got guys, these mediocre quarterbacks that just so happen to get great receivers. And the prime example of that is Dante Culpepper. Dante Culpepper was fortunate enough to have a Randy Moss and a Chris Carter on the same team. All three of us, if we get a goddamn Randy Moss and a Chris Carter on our team, we can put up Dante Culpepper numbers. The only thing we have to do is throw the ball deep and hit Chris Carter on a slant route. And move the ball. And hold on, and Minnesota also had a good running game with Robert Smith. Am I lying?
How many Super Bowls did they win?
Once again,
they didn't win no Super
you
Bowl,
cannot throw and
we talk about
the
good
ball
players
yourself. That's against the NFL rules. You even if
Rules
you
they
thought
get to
about
that
doing
point.
some
how
stuff
far
like
you can
that,
throw? How far you can throw the ball?
You can't do it.
How far you can throw the ball? That was Randy Moss. If you were accurate enough,
yeah. See, you talking about stuff that can't happen. I'm talking about stuff that did happen.
right?
And you trying to tell me that Matthew Stafford was a game manager with all of those yards at 53,000 yards. And see, thing is, when you started talking about the screen game, New England was expert at the screen game, wide receiver screens and running back screens. In Tom Brady's first couple of years in the after after Bledsoe got hurt. Okay.
Yeah.
New England used to be expert in throwing the screen. But like you say, Tom Brady, he went to quarterback camp and he got himself to where he is now. But the yardage that he threw for in his ascension to elite matched the yardage that Matthew Stafford threw for as a starting real quarterback for Detroit. Then when he went to LA and they swapped quarterbacks now, they sent Goff to Detroit. Detroit sent Matthew Stafford down there. They won a Super Bowl. And this man threw for 41 touchdowns. Game managers do not throw for 41 touchdowns and 4,600 yards passed. That's just the bottom line.
Now look, Quincy, I love to trash the QB, but I can't on this one, man, because he is.
Man, that got nothing more than a game manager.
I mean, you can have your opinion, but the facts say different.
The facts is this.
Stats say different.
Here's the facts.
Just explain to me, how can you throw for almost 5,000 yards, 41 touchdowns, and be a game manager?
Explain Here we go right here. Here's the question that I need to ask you
guys. Don't start that same speech over with now. Please
your definition of a game manager. See,
here's my question right here.
Of a game manager.
Are you
that
willing?
Man doesn't fit it.
Are you willing to put the whole team game plan on Matthew Stafford's shoulder?
Yes, I mean, sometimes it's required. You remember that game? You remember that game when they played KC? And it was
I ain't talking about one game. I'm talking about the whole season. I'm talking about the team, not one game.
Those are the type of games they got Stafford for, because in the shootout, ain't no way in hell Trent Dilfer winning no shootout or even coming close to winning no shootout.
That's what I'm saying. If you had a great defense, you're not going to be in no shootout.
No, that's not true. No, sir. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah, and a game manager quarterback.
I'm talking about.
That's wrong.
KC and St. Louis played. I mean, KC and
Rams
played.
Hold up. Let's go back to the 2017 Super Bowl. Let's go back to the 2017 Super Bowl.
Wait. Let me ask you guys this before we go back to the 2017 Super Bowl.
Well,
do you guys know?
You made it. Hold up. Don't make no more statements. Let's deal with the one you made first.
Which one?
About you have defenses, teams with good defenses don't be blowed out or don't get in blowouts. What was the score of the New England Philadelphia Super Bowl right after the Falcons lost? What was the score?
Like 48, 45, something like that.
New England and who?
New England and Philadelphia.
With like
Who
48,
won?
45, something like that.
Who won the Super Bowl? The Patriots?
No,
the Eagles.
Eagles.
the Eagles
Man.
won. What was it? What you
What
say,
you
Ty?
don't even know I'm debating. You bet.
Hold on, what year was it? Hold on, what
It was
was
41 to 33.
2017. 2017 was the year.
41 to 33.
Oh yes, with Nick
Nick
Foles as a quarterback.
Nick
There you
Foles.
go. There you go.
Now,
Hey, that was a fluke, man.
no. You said that good defenses don't get blown out. Okay, you made a blanket statement. And now, to your point, both of those teams decided not to blitz each other. So they were coming with their front fours. And they were the two top defenses in the league at the Super Bowl because New England had beat Jacksonville, and Jacksonville had the number one defense. And Philadelphia had beat Minnesota, and Minnesota had the number two defense in the league. So you had the top two defenses remaining in the league, and they had over 1,000 yards, 1,100 yards of offense between the two of them, and set a record for offense and points scored in a Super Bowl. So defenses don't matter. You can get blowed out with the number one defense anytime or any day of the week.
No. Hey, here's the thing with
The
that.
stats go against you. Now you can keep
Hey,
saying
the
no.
stats is this, man. When you go on the Super Bowl and you playing against these guys and Vegas is in there and you got these refs.
Hold on.
Vegas,
wait a
go
minute.
back.
No, you're not gonna drag Vegas all into the conversation.
Hey man, you have to because
we had
no way
about Vegas on any of the other
hold
things
on.
that we
Think
were
about
talking
this.
about. So don't
Hold on.
drag
I played sports. There's no.
This guy is tearing down the scene and building up
Hold
a new
on.
state for
Hey, listen, man. Because I play sports, man. There's no.
Look.
Hold on.
No.
There's no way a professional football defense that hasn't gave up 41 points the whole 17 games and then come down to a big game, they give up 41 points. It don't happen. Only how that happens is the referees get involved, Vegas get involved, they throwing flags left and right. Come on, man. We are professional athletes here.
You gotta remember, Quint, that Belichick did sit one of his best defenders that game.
Who did that?
He said,
that cornerback guy.
And that cost him a lot.
Yeah. The one that intercepted that pass in the Super Bowl against Seattle.
I'm just saying, you remember the KC and Rams game where it was a shootout all the way to the end? I think I'm saying you take a game manager
55 or something.
Man, what I'm saying. Wait, guys. How old are you guys? Because you got to understand the game has evolved since the time Trent Dilfer was a quarterback. What these NFL guys want now, these NFL executives want now, they want more touchdowns. More touchdowns brings excitement. So you got to put root.
I'm saying anybody can go out there and have a game like that these days.
What I'm saying is the quarterback position is a lot easier to play now than it was back then because the defenses are not as good. They don't allow a lot of things to go on. And if you look at how the defense plays now, they don't play the same. They don't blitz a lot as what they used to back in the day, trying to do the safety thing.
I would think the quarterback position is the more harder these days since they're asking so much of the quarterback. And
no, they're not.
No, see.
You know what makes it harder?
Hold up. You add molasses to the biscuits, and we didn't order it. We didn't order it.
Been doing it all night.
I'm going back to the 2017 New England Patriots, who lost to the Kansas City Chiefs 42-17, having the number 5 defense. Having the number 5 defense in the league that year.
You have to go back farther than that.
No. You said that
The
top
rules
10 defenses
the rules
don't
changed
lose by
since
20.
Yeah,
You
you have
making
to
blanket statements and then having to
come
take them
on,
back.
man. You guys have to go back further than that, because what you have to do is go back to the time to where a receiver can go across the middle and get decked.
You want us to go back to the Fred Flintstone days?
1978.
Ain't no Fred Flintstone days, man. That was just, come on, man. That was
back. Wait a minute. That was
When
back
did-
in the 70s, sir.
That wasn't back in the 70s, man. That was 2001 when the Baltimore Ravens.
No.
Yes, it
They
was.
changed the rules. They changed the rules in 1978 where you could not check a receiver over 5 yards. They changed that in 78.
I'm talking about the deck 'em.
That's how San Francisco was able to implement their offense with those slants coming across the middle.
Nah, man. I'm talking about the deck 'em. That's the West Coast offense you talking about. So in 2001, when Baltimore had the number one defense,
1970s.
when Baltimore defense had
offense was not in the NFL in 1970s. Just to let you know, Larry. I mean,
no,
not
he
Larry.
talking. Well, I'm talking about what Larry talking about. He talking about the slant passes. That was more West Coast offense, and they ran slant passes a lot.
You just moving your goalposts all around.
I ain't moving no goalposts, man. I'm letting you guys know.
You know what? I could score a touchdown from the locker room playing with you. Because the goalpost right outside the door. It have been moved off the field and it's up under the stadium in the locker room.
No, you guys
Good
are moving the
grief,
goalposts, man. I'm trying to tell
you running like a rabbit in the winter. But
what I'm trying to get you guys to understand.
Playing, so it's time for us to go to bed.
Hey, man. What I'm trying to get you guys.
John, you know when the DJ turn the lights on?
Yeah, man.
Hey, John.
Make your last deals of the night. Make your last deals. See what you can drag out.
Let's get the last delusional word in.
Yeah,
Here's what you guys are not understanding. What I'm trying to get you guys to understand is a game, the style of a game managing quarterback, the style of that. What you guys are looking at is a Trent Difford back in 2001. He's nothing more than a new Matthew Stafford in 2017 or whatever year the Rams won the Super Bowl. That's just the new version of him.
No,
that's all it is.
We are gonna have to agree to disagree.
Okay, if you want to go that way, but yeah.
That's 3 hours ago.
Because the league has turned to more passing. Since when you gonna see?
I have made my case in this court.
Hold on,
factual evidence in this court.
I'm gonna give you this evidence right here.
I have to chase you from the doggone defense table to the bailiff's office to the jury. You were sitting in the jury one time. I didn't know whether you was going to decide the case or fight the case. I mean, you're just going all over the place. But ladies and gentlemen,
closing arguments.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make this up. We're gonna have to make it up.
Arguments. All right.
Red and Real Sports Show, Saturday mornings, 11 a.m. You can catch me on Facebook, YouTube, Quincy. You can bring this delusion shit to my show.
I'm gonna bring it to you. I'm bringing it to your ass, Red. Damn right.
Okay, I'll see you back hopefully in the Waffle House next Friday with more delusional bullshit. Tidy, I'm gonna holler at you, big dog. John, you know I'm gonna catch you, big dog.
John, you bring your ass too. I'm gonna bring your ass too.
Hey, man, bring it. And everybody who knows me, they know we'll go for weeks.
There we go.
At any rate, you can catch me on my new show, The Eye Test, with me and Winston. We had our first show tonight prior to to us coming on. Went pretty good. I'm going to try to work out some technical difficulties so I can invite as many people as we have here. And once I work that out, we own.
So what is this a Thursday night MVP special? I mean, you Cosby Show and Titus Cheers.
Yeah, well, it's gonna either be Wednesday night or Thursday night because see, I want to have the show right at the end of the NFL week, so we can clean up, do everything, take care of all the business, and look at the previous week's game better right after.
Hey.
I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, I tell you what though, Larry. I tell you what though, Larry, you need to put your damn glasses on because your eye test is a little off.
That's red.
Yeah,
No,
you the one who put the eye
he
test
said
on,
he got a
so
show.
Larry's gone.
He said he got a show called the eye test.
No,
right?
that's John.
That's John. That's John.
Okay,
And
John.
hey, bring your stats and your facts because my motto is in God we trust. Everybody else bring data.
Hey man, I'm gonna bring the data because your eyes are a little off. Them eye tests is a little off.
Look,
You gonna bring? You mean John gonna bring the data? You gonna bring the dreams?
No, I'm bringing the data.
I also want to say thank you to John, thank you to Red, and everybody who else got on the panel tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Quincy, we want to give you a congratulations. You survived the Waffle House, man. It ain't many people that can stand in the paint and go like you did.
What's your name on Facebook, man?
You know, so we definitely appreciate it.
Quint Boy.
Also,
Quint,
let them know where they can find you at on social media, man.
Man, I'm just on Facebook, man. Quint Boy, just hit me up, man. If y'all want to follow me on Facebook, I'll accept everything.
And I tell you what, I'll make sure to add you as a friend, and we'll definitely invite you back to the Waffle House because they like to roast you in here, man. You got roasted in the comments. So,
Quint,
they hit me up.
Quint, just find me. I'm Red Road.
Red Road? Okay,
yeah,
I'll hit you up.
I'm gonna send him a friend request and put him in a group. That way y'all can goddamn argue with him all goddamn night.
Yeah, because I'm gonna keep giving these niggas the business, man. So you know.
Yeah, but y'all, we are officially out of here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Lisa. Shout out to Stunts. Shout out to everybody who's in the chat tonight, man. We really appreciate it. We thank y'all. Go Falcons. We got the Bucs coming up, so let's get this dub. Peace and love, y'all. We out of here.
Man, y'all have a good night.
Later, y'all. Peace out.